Hello and welcome to my channel. Grab a cup of coffee, sit back, immerse yourself in the story, and get ready to drift off to sleep in peace. First, subscribe, and please leave a comment. Medieval Winter, full narration, MD. Somewhere in Europe, in a century between the 10th and the 15th, winter descended not as a season to be enjoyed, but as a genuine test of survival, one that returned every single year and spared no one based on rank, wealth, or good intentions. For the vast majority of medieval people who lived not in castles or monasteries, but in small timber and thatch cottages scattered across the countryside, the hardest night of winter was not a single dramatic event, but the accumulated weight of cold, hunger, and uncertainty pressing down on none. Ordinary household with nothing standing between them and the elements, but a few inches of watla and daub, a low-touched roof, and whatever fire they could keep burning through the darkest hours. The medieval peasant home, the setting where most people in this period actually experienced winter's harshest nights, was built with practicality rather than comfort in mind. A typical rural dwelling consisted of a single or, at most, a few small rooms, often shared not only among family members, but with livestock as well, since keeping animals, such as pigs, chickens, or even a family single precious cow under the same roof or in an attached space offered a genuine and widely used source of additional warmth, the body heat of animals meaningfully raising the temperature of an otherwise poorly insulated structure. Walls made of wattled, woven branches packed with mud and straw, and roofs of thatch provided reasonable protection from wind and rain, but offered only modest insulation against deep cold, meaning that the interior of even a well-maintained peasant home during a harsh winter night remained significantly colder than anyone living with modern heating would find comfortable or even safe. Fire represented the single most important resource standing between a medieval family and the genuine danger of winter cold, and the management of firewood, therefore, was a matter of real strategic importance rather than simple household chore. Families spent considerable portions of the autumn months gathering and storing fuel, since running short partway through winter carried consequences far more serious than mere discomfort. A central hearth, often without a proper chimney in earlier medieval centuries, simply venting smoke through a hole in the roof or gaps beneath the eaves, provided both warmth and a source of light, and the entire household, human, animal alike, would gather close to this fire as night fell, and temperatures dropped. The family sleeping arrangements, often organized specifically around proximity to the fire's remaining warmth, as the night wore on and the flames burned low. The specific danger of a genuinely hard winter night for a peasant family centered less on any single dramatic threat and more on a slow, compounding vulnerability. Insufficient nutrition, common by late winter even in ordinary years, a stored food from the previous harvest ran low, weakened the body's own ability to generate and retain heat, creating a dangerous feedback loop in which hunger made cold more dangerous and the energy expenditure required simply to stay warm worsened the effects of insufficient food. Medieval agricultural calendars and surviving manorial records reflect a genuine seasonal rhythm to hunger, with late winter and early spring, the period sometimes referred to by later historians using the French term suger, or the hungry gap, representing the most dangerous stretch of the year. precisely when cold remained severe, but the previous autumn's stores had often been substantially depleted. Children and the elderly faced this compounding danger with particular severity, since both groups possessed reduced capacity to generate and retain body heat compared to healthy adults in their prime years. Surviving parish and manorial records from across medieval Europe, including mortality patterns that later historians have been able to reconstruct from tea records, court rolls documenting deaths, and other administrative sources, reveal a consistent seasonal pattern in which winter months, late winter in particular, showed elevated mortality among the very young and the very old, a pattern modern historians attribute to the combined effects of cold, malnutrition, and the increased spread of respiratory illness that cold, crowded, poorly ventilated winter living conditions tended. Insured. A hard winter night, in this context, was rarely survived or lost through any single dramatic event, but through the slow, cumulative pressure that cold and hunger place on bodies already weakened by the season's broader deprivations. Illness spread with particular danger during the coldest months, when families and often entire households of animals were confined together in close, poorly ventilated spaces for extended periods. Conditions that medieval medical understanding, though lacking the germ theory that would explain disease transmission in later centuries, nonetheless recognized empirically as associated with the spread of respiratory ailments and fevers. Surviving medieval medical texts, drawing on classical authors like Galen, and later scholars working within the tradition of humoral medicine, offered guidance on managing what was understood as an excess of cold and damp within the body during winter months, recommending warming foods, herbal remedies, and careful management of the living environment, advice that, while not grounded in modern medical science, reflected a genuine and long-observed understanding that winter conditions posed real and specific health dangers requiring active management and rather than simple endurance. For families living in genuine poverty, without adequate stores of food or fuel to see them through winter's harshest stretch, particularly hard winter night could represent a moment of real crisis, requiring difficult decisions. Surviving court and manorial records occasionally document instances of families seeking emergency assistance from wealthier neighbors, the local lord, or, as covered in accounts of monastic winter charity, nearby religious institutions specifically established to provide such relief, since medieval communities, whatever their broader social inequalities, generally maintained at least some structured expectation that the genuinely desperate would receive some measure of help rather than being left entirely to their own devices. This was not universal or guaranteed, and surviving records also document cases of genuine starvation and death from exposure among the rural poor during severe winters, particularly during documented periods of broader agricultural crisis, such as the Great Famine oder Famine der Resenfes to in Utrechtsen Wonsitzen, when successive years of catastrophic weather and failed harvests pushed even communities with normally adequate resources into genuine desperation. Urban winters carried their own distinct dangers, differing meaningfully from the rural experience, despite sharing the same fundamental threats of cold and hunger. Medieval towns and cities, with their densely packed timber buildings and narrow streets, faced the constant danger of fire, a risk that, counterintuitively, increased during winter as households relied more heavily on hearths and braziers for warmth, creating conditions in which a single household accident could rapidly spread through closely built wooden structures. A danger well documented in surviving municipal records that show towns across medieval Europe implementing specific regulations governing fire safety and hearth construction, precisely because the consequences of winter fire were understood to be catastrophic. At the same time, the urban poor, including day laborers whose income depended on work that often became scarce or impossible during winter months, faced genuine risk of homelessness and exposure. And surviving records from cities, including Paris and London, document organized, if limited, systems of poor relief specifically intended to address this seasonal vulnerability, including the establishment of almshouses and hospitals that took on increased importance during the coldest months of the year. Beyond the ordinary hardships of rural and urban winter life, certain extraordinary circumstances could transform a difficult winter night into a genuinely life-threatening crisis for entire communities at once. Siege warfare, a common feature of medieval conflict, took on particular horror when it extended into winter months, since a besieged town or castle faced the compounding threat of dwindling food and fuel supplies alongside the cold itself, with no ability to gather additional resources from the surrounding countryside. Chronicled sieges that extended through winter months describe genuine desperation among besieged populations, forced to ration food, fuel, and even in extremely documented cases, resort to eating animals, normally reserved for labor or breeding, and in the most severe recorded instances, facing genuine starvation before relief arrived or the siege was resolved through surrender or military action. Such circumstances represented perhaps the most extreme version of the same basic vulnerability that shaped every medieval person's relationship with winter: the fundamental dependence on adequate food, fuel, and shelter, resources that could never be entirely taken for granted regardless of season, but which became matters of immediate, sometimes desperate concern once winter's harshest nights arrived, and the margin for error narrowed to almost nothing. Clothing and bedding, though modest by later standards, represented a genuinely important line of defense against winter's harshest nights, and medieval households invested considerable effort in producing and maintaining adequate wool garments and blankets, since wool's natural insulating properties, even when imperfect, offered meaningfully better protection than the plant-based fabrics like linen that dominated warmer season clothing. Surviving household inventories and wills from across medieval Europe frequently list blankets, woolen cloaks, and fur-lined garments among a family's most valuable possessions, reflecting their genuine importance to winter survival rather than mere social display. And the practice of layering multiple garments, sleeping in day clothes rather than undressing, and sharing blankets and body heat among family members huddled together represented practical, widely understood strategies for managing cold that appear consistently across surviving accounts and later folk memory of medieval winter life. For the poorest households, however, adequate winter clothing and bedding would not always be guaranteed, and surviving charitable records, including those from monasteries and town almshouses, already noted for their winter relief efforts, specifically list clothing and blankets among the items most urgently distributed to the poor during the coldest months, a clear indication that inadequate winter clothing represented a genuine and recognized threat to survival rather than simple discomfort. The particular vulnerability of livestock during severe winter nights carried consequences that extended well beyond the animals themselves, since a family's economic survival often depended directly on animals surviving the winter in inadequate condition to work, breed, or produce food in the coming years. Surviving manorial and household records document careful winter management of livestock, including the construction of simple shelters, careful rationing of churning of stored fodder to last through the full winter season, and, in genuinely severe conditions, the difficult decision to slaughter animals that could not otherwise be fed, converting a living asset into stored meat, rather than risk losing the animal entirely to cold or starvation with no return at all. The loss of a family's plow animal or breeding stock during a harsh winter represented a genuine economic catastrophe that could shape the family's fortunes for years afterward, meaning that the anxious attention medieval households paid to their animals' welfare through winter's hardest nights reflected hard economic calculation as much as any sentimental concern for the creatures themselves. Weather prediction and preparation, while lacking any scientific meteorological basis in the modern sense, nonetheless represented a genuine body of accumulated practical knowledge that shaped how medieval communities approached the approach of winter's most dangerous stretches. Agricultural calendars and surviving folk sayings, many preserved into later centuries through oral tradition, before eventually being recorded in writing, reflect careful observation of natural signs, the behavior of animals, the appearances of certain plants, and patterns in earlier autumn weather, understood as offering some predictive insight into the severity of the coming winter, guidance that shaped decisions about how much additional firewood to gather, how carefully to ration stored food, and how urgently to complete necessary building repairs before the harshest cold arrived. While such folk knowledge could not match the precision of later scientific forecasting, its persistence and consistency across generations and regions suggests it carried genuine practical value, accumulated through centuries of hard experience with a climate, whatever its unpredictability in specific detail, followed broad patterns that attentive observation could meaningfully anticipate. Community bonds, formalized to varying degrees depending on the specific region and period, provided a crucial buffer against the worst outcomes of winter's hardest nights, operating through mechanisms both informal and structured. Neighbors sharing fuel, food, or simply the warmth of a more adequately provisioned household with a family facing genuine crisis represented an informal but widely documented practice across medieval rural communities, reinforced by religious teaching that placed genuine moral weight on charity toward those in need, particularly during the season when need was most visible and most urgent. More formal structures, including parish-based poor relief, that would eventually develop into more systematic institutions in later medieval and early modern centuries, manorial obligations that in some regions required lords to provide certain forms of assistance to tenants during genuine crises. and the charitable institutions already discussed extensively in the context of monastic winter hospitality, together formed an uneven but genuine safety net, one that, while never fully eliminating the real danger winter posed to the medieval poor, meaningfully reduced the number of families left entirely without recourse when their own preparations proved insufficient against a particularly severe season. Travelers and messengers caught outside any settlement, when a genuinely severe winter night descended, faced dangers that, while related to the broader hazards already documented in accounts of medieval travelers lost to snowstorms, carried their own particular character when the threat came not from a single dramatic storm, but from simple, sustained deep cold on a clear, windless night, a condition experienced travelers understood to be nearly as dangerous as active snowfall, since clear winter nights, particularly in the aftermath of a storm, often produced the sharpest drops in
temperature as cloud cover, which normally trapped some heat near the ground, cleared away entirely. A messenger or traveler forced by urgent necessity to continue moving after dark on such a night faced the genuine risk of frostbite and hypothermia setting in gradually, without the dramatic disorientation of an active blizzard to signal immediate danger, meaning that some of the most severe cold-related injuries and deaths documented in medieval sources occurred not during obvious, visible storms, but during nights that, aside from their brutal cold, appeared calm and unremarkable. Fishing and coastal communities faced a particular category of winter danger tied directly to their livelihoods, since fishermen forced by economic necessity to continue working through winter months confronted genuinely hazardous conditions at sea, where cold combined with wet conditions to create a threat considerably more dangerous than dry cold alone, given water's superior ability to conduct heat away from the body compared to air. Coastal town records from medieval fishing communities across northern Europe document winter losses of both boats and fishermen with grim regularity. And surviving guild and parish records from fishing towns sometimes includes specific provisions for supporting widows and families without income after a fisherman's winter death at sea, a sober acknowledgement built directly into the structure of these communities' mutual aid systems, of just how routinely winter claimed lives among those whose work could not simply pause until warmer months returned. Certain documented historical winters stand out in the surviving record as periods of such extreme severity that they left lasting impressions on chroniclers and communities across wide regions, simultaneously offering modern historians unusually well-documented case studies of medieval societies confronting genuinely extraordinary cold. Beyond the well-documented Great Famine period of the early 14th century already discussed, later medieval chronicles record other winters of exceptional severity, including periods in the 15th century when rivers across much of northern Europe, including the Thames in England, are recorded as freezing solid enough to support foot and even cart traffic across their surface. A phenomenon that, while occasionally treated with a degree of festive novelty in later centuries, represented in the medieval context a clear and immediate sign of dangerously extreme cold, one that chroniclers writing closer to the actual events tended to record alongside far more sober accounts of crop failure, livestock losses, and human death directly attributed to the severity of the season. the psychological dimension of enduring winter's hardest nights, though naturally less thoroughly documented in surviving medieval sources than more practical concerns like food and fuel, nonetheless appears in scattered form across religious writing, folk tradition, and the broader cultural weight that winter carried in medieval thought. Winter was widely understood in medieval religious and literary tradition as a season symbolically associated with death, hardship, and spiritual testing, an association that drew on both the very real physical dangers of the season and older cultural and religious traditions, Christianity itself in many regions, traditions that Christian teaching absorbed and reinterpreted rather than entirely replacing. Surviving sermons and devotional writings sometimes explicitly framed the endurance of winter's hardship as a form of spiritual trial with genuine meaning, a way of finding purpose and resilience within a season that could not be avoided or shortened by any human effort. A coping framework that, whatever its theological content, likely offered genuine psychological comfort to medieval people facing the recurring, unavoidable reality of winter's hardest nights year after year throughout their lives. Regional variation across medieval Europe meant that the specific character of winter's
hardest nights differed considerably depending on climate, geography, and local building traditions, even as the underlying dangers of cold, hunger, and illness remained broadly consistent. In the Nordic and Baltic regions, where winters were longer and more severe than in most of Western and Southern Europe, building traditions had evolved specifically to address this reality with sturdier timber construction, smaller windows, and thicker walls representing genuine adaptations. Refined over generations of experience with genuinely extreme cold, adaptations that meant a hard winter night in Scandinavia, while still dangerous, was approached with a different baseline of preparation and expectation than the same conditions would represent in a region less accustomed to such severity. Mediterranean regions, by contrast, generally experienced milder winters overall, but this relative of mildness could paradoxically create its own danger, since building traditions and clothing customs developed for a milder climate sometimes left communities in these regions genuinely underprepared. When occasional severe cold snaps did occur, a vulnerability documented in surviving chronicles that record unusual hardship and even death during a typically harsh winters in regions like southern France or northern Italy, precisely because the infrastructure and accumulated practical knowledge for managing severe cold were less developed than in regions where such conditions were an annual certainty. The particular experience of a hard winter night also differed meaningfully according to a family's position within the broader medieval social and economic hierarchy, even setting aside the most extreme contrasts between wealthy nobility and the poorest peasants already touched upon throughout this account. A moderately prosperous, free peasant family holding enough land to generally produce a food surplus in ordinary years and possessing adequate livestock and stored resources faced winter's hardest nights with genuine but manageable difficulty, their preparation and resources generally sufficient to weather all but the most exceptional seasons. A cottager or landless laborer, dependent on wages or labor exchange, meaning that the same winter night that represented mere discomfort for a wealthier neighbor could represent genuine, immediate danger for a family with no such cushion. This economic stratification, well documented in surviving manorial records that carefully tracked landholding, livestock, and obligations across different tenant categories within the same village, meant that winter's hardest nights, while a universal experience across medieval society in the broadest sense, were never experienced with anything approaching genuine equality. The fundamental unfairness of medieval economic life reasserting itself, with particular sharpness precisely when then the margin between survival and genuine crises grew thinnest. Surviving folk remedies and practical winter medicine, distinct from the more formal humoral medical tradition already discussed, represented another layer of accumulated knowledge that ordinary medieval families drew upon during winter's harshest stretches, passed down through oral tradition within families and communities, rather than recorded in the formal medical texts, more accessible to the literate and wealthy. Warming drinks prepared from available herbs, practical techniques for treating minor frostbite and chilblains, a common and genuinely painful cold weather ailment involving inflamed, itchy skin caused by repeated exposure to cold, and simple wound care knowledge for the cracked, damaged skin that prolonged cold exposure commonly produced, together formed a body of practical folk medicine that, while lacking formal scientific grounding, reflected genuinely accumulated experience with the specific physical ailments winter reliably produced, knowledge that ordinary families relied upon considerably more often than access to any formally trained physician, a resource generally available only to the wealthy, even in normal circumstances, let alone during the depths of a difficult winter. The role of local lords and the broader manorial system in shaping a community's resilience against winter's hardest nights varied considerably depending on the particular relationship between a given lord and the tenants under his authority, a relationship that medieval custom and law shaped but did not always guarantee would function generously in practice. Manorial obligations in many regions included provisions requiring lords to maintain certain communal resources, such as woodland rights allowing tenants to gather fuel, or grazing rights supporting the livestock upon which winter survival so heavily depended, and surviving manorial court records document ongoing negotiation, and at times genuine conflict, over the precise boundaries of these rights, since access to adequate fuel and grazing land could mean the difference between a manageable winter and genuine crisis for tenant families operating with little margin for error. Some lords, whether from genuine charitable instinct, religious conviction, or simple practical self-interest in maintaining a stable, productive tenant population, provided additional winter relief during genuinely difficult years, while surviving records also document instances of lords enforcing obligations and extracting dues with what later observers, and at times contemporary critics within the church itself, considered troubling rigidity even during winters of genuine hardship, reflecting the uneven and often self-interested character of medieval social protection, even at its best. The construction and maintenance of a family's home itself represented an ongoing, year-round labor that directly determined how successfully that home would protect its occupants during winter's most severe nights, and surviving evidence hence suggests that medieval families invested considerable effort in seasonal maintenance specifically aimed at winter preparation. Repairing thatch roofing before the onset of winter rains and snow, reinforcing wattle and daub walls where wear had created gaps allowing wind and moisture to penetrate, and ensuring doors and window openings, however modest, could be adequately covered or sealed against drafts, together represented essential preparatory labor that fell primarily in the late summer and early autumn months, timed specifically to be completed before winter's onset made such repairs both more difficult and more urgently necessary. Archaeological evidence from excavated medieval peasant dwellings, combined with surviving building manuals and occasional references in manorial records to specific repair obligations placed upon tenants, together allow historians to reconstruct a reasonably detailed picture of just how central this seasonal maintenance cycle was to a family's basic ability to survive the winter months that inevitably followed each autumn's harvest and preparation. Domestic animals beyond the livestock already discussed, particularly dogs kept for herding, hunting, or simple companionship, occasionally appear in surviving medieval sources as playing a meaningful role during winter's harshest nights, both through the practical warmth their presence could add to a sleeping household and through documented instances of dogs alerting families to danger, whether from predators drawn closer to human settlements by winter scarcity. In some recorded cases, from fire, a particular danger, as already noted, that increased during the season when hard. Than in earlier centuries, the broader pattern of animals, whether livestock or companion creatures, playing a genuine practical role in a household's winter survival strategy reflects a form interdependence between medieval people and the animals they kept that extended well beyond simple economic utility into the more immediate physical business of simply making it through the coldest and most dangerous nights of the year alive. What ultimately determined whether a family, a household, or an entire community survived winter's hardest nights was rarely a single decisive factor, but rather the accumulated result of preparation undertaken months in advance, the depth of community bonds capable of providing assistance in moments of genuine crisis, and, in the end, a considerable measure of simple fortune, since even the most careful preparation could not fully guard against an unusually severe winter, an unexpected illness, or the countless small misfortunes that could tip a difficult but survivable season into catastrophe. To have lived through the hardest night of a medieval winter, whatever specific form that night took, whether huddled with livestock in a smoke-filled kilt cottage, rationing dwindling stores in a besieged town, or simply lying awake counting the hours until dawn brought a chance to rebuild the fire, face another day was to have directly confronted one of the most persistent and universal challenges of medieval life. A challenge that shaped the rhythms, anxieties, and quiet resilience of an entire civilization living, year after year, at the genuine mercy of the season. Winter's danger was never confined to those who lost their way on the open road. To understand the full scope of what medieval people faced each year, it helps to follow one particular journey from its very beginning Picture a traveler somewhere in Europe between the 12th and 15th centuries, moving along a mountain road or an open stretch of countryside as winter light begins to fail. There is no weather forecast to warn of what is coming, no map with marked shelters, no way to call for help if the sky turns. All a medieval traveler had was experience, instinct, and whatever the surrounding landscape offered. When a snowstorm rolled in without warning, it became one of the most dangerous and disorienting situations a person could face in the medieval world, a threat that killed merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, and peasants alike, regardless of wealth or status. Travel itself was already a demanding undertaking in this period. Roads, where they existed at all, were often little more than dirt tracks, rutted by cartwheels and eroded by rain, winding through forests, over hills, and across exposed high ground. In mountainous regions such as the Alps, the Pyrenees, or the passes of the Balkans, routes could climb to altitudes where weather shifted rapidly and violently, turning a clear morning into a blinding whiteout within the space of an hour. Travelers moved on foot, on horseback, or with pack animals and carts, rarely faster than a walking king pace for any sustained distance, which meant that outrunning an approaching storm was almost never a realistic option. A journey planned to take a single day could stretch into 2 or 3 if conditions worsened, and there was no way to know in advance which kind of day it would be. The medieval traveler's first warning of danger often came from the sky itself. A darkening horizon, a sudden drop in temperature, or a shift in wind direction were read as signs by anyone with experience of the land, since folk knowledge of weather patterns passed down through generations of shepherds, merchants, and guides served as the era's only forecasting system. Experienced travelers in mountainous or northern regions knew to watch the behavior of animals, the color of clouds gathering over peaks, and the particular stillness that sometimes preceded a heavy snowfall. Yet even the most experienced eye could be wrong, and mountain weather in particular was notorious for its unpredictability, capable of producing a storm with little warning even to those who had crossed the same path dozens of times before. Once snow began to fall in earnest, the world a traveler knew simply vanished. Visibility could drop to a few feet within minutes, swallowing landmarks, road markers, and any sense of the horizon. Wind-driven snow disoriented even those walking familiar paths, since a falling and blowing snow together erased the visual cues people normally relied on to judge direction and distance. Sound, too, became distorted, muffled by falling snow in a way that made it difficult to tell how far away a companion's voice was, or whether the roar heard in distance was wind, a river, or nothing at all. For a traveler alone or separated from a group in these conditions, panic was a real and immediate danger, since disorientation could cause a person to wander in circles, exhausting themselves while believing they were making progress toward safety. Cold itself worked on the body with a cruelty that medieval people understood well, even without the scientific vocabulary later centuries would develop to describe it. Clothing of the period, while often warmer and more practical than popular imagination, gives it credit for heavy wool cloaks, layered tunics, fur linings for those who could afford them, offered only limited protection once soaked through by wet snow or prolonged exposure. Wet wool loses much of its insulating capacity, and a traveler caught in a storm without shelter would find warmth draining from the body steadily, first as shivering, then as a dangerous, deceptive calm that later medical understanding would come to associate with the final stages of hypothermia. Medieval chroniclers and travel accounts describe this progression in practical terms, even without formal medical language. Travelers growing quiet, moving slower, making poor decisions, and eventually lying down in the snow, mistaking exhaustion for a need to rest rather than recognizing it as a sign of the body shutting down. Extremities suffered first and worst. Fingers, toes, ears, and noses, exposed or poorly protected, were vulnerable to frostbite, a condition well documented in medieval medical texts and travelers' accounts, even if the underlying physiology was not fully understood. Surviving medical writings from the period, including works influenced by classical authors like Galen and later Islamic physicians such as Avicenna, whose texts circulated widely in translation across medieval Europe, describe treatments for frozen limbs, though the remedies available gently. Warming, wrapping in cloth, sometimes crude attempts at massage, offered limited real help against severe frostbite, and permanent injury, or the loss of fingers and toes was a common outcome for those who survived a serious cold exposure at all. For travelers who found themselves caught far from any settlement, the search for shelter became the single overriding priority, more urgent even than continuing toward their original destination. A traveler with knowledge of the terrain might seek out a natural windbreak, a rock overhang, a dense stand of trees, or the lee side of a hill, anything to reduce direct exposure to wind, which dramatically worsened the effects of cold through to what later science would term wind childo. Medieval travelers understood its danger through hard experience rather than measurement. Digging into snow itself, counterintuitively, could offer genuine protection, since snow's insulating properties were understood empirically by mountain dwellers and shepherds long before any formal study of thermodynamics existed. A snow shelter, however crude, could trap body heat far more effectively than remaining exposed to open wind. Along well-traveled medieval routes, particularly those used by pilgrims, merchants, ancients, and armies, a more organized form of shelter sometimes existed. The hospice, a hospital or house, religious institutions established specifically to aid travelers in dangerous terrain. The most famous of these, the Great St. Bernard Hospice high in the Alps, founded in the 11th century and attributed to Bernard of Menton, offered food, warmth, and shelter to travelers crossing one of the most treacherous alpine passes in Europe, a route notorious for sudden storms and avalanches. Monks stationed at such hospices, along with specially bred dogs in later centuries, became known for actively searching for travelers caught in poor weather, a tradition of mountain rescue whose roots stretch back into the medieval period itself. Similar institutions, though less famous, dotted other dangerous routes across Europe, reflecting a broader medieval Christian tradition that regarded hospitality to travelers, particularly pilgrims, as a genuine religious obligation rather than simple charity. Not every traveler was fortunate enough to be near such count. Merchants moving goods between towns, messengers carrying urgent letters, and peasants traveling between villages for trade or family reasons often moved along far less protected routes, with no hospice, no monastery, and no guarantee of finding another human being for miles. For these travelers, survival depended heavily on preparation and local knowledge rather than institutional help. Experienced guides, particularly in mountain regions, were often hired specifically for their knowledge of safe paths, weather patterns, and emergency shelters, a role that could mean the difference between a group's survival and its destruction. Guild and town records from Alpine and Northern European regions occasionally document payments made specifically for winter guides, underscoring how seriously medieval communities took the danger of seasonal travel. Group travel itself offered a significant, if imperfect, layer of protection. A group caught in a storm could combine body heat, share the physical labor of building a shelter or breaking a path through deep snow, and, critically, watch for the signs of failing companions, since a person suffering the early stages of hypothermia often could not recognize the danger in themselves. Medieval travel accounts and later folk memory both preserve a grim but practical piece of winter wisdom. A companion who grew unusually calm, confused, or eager to simply lie down and rest was often in far greater danger than one who remained agitated and afraid, since the deceptive calm of advancing hypothermia could be mistaken fatally for simple-tiredness. Groups that recognized this danger and forced exhausted companions to keep moving, however cruel it seemed in the moment, sometimes saved lives that would otherwise have been lost to a peaceful, fatal sleep in the snow. When no shelter could be found and no rescue arrived in time, the outcome recorded across medieval chronicles, court records, and local memory was death by exposure. A fate common enough that it appears repeatedly across surviving sources from every region of medieval Europe, touched by harsh winters. Chronicles recording unusually severe winters, such as the well-documented cold periods of the 14th century, describe travelers, soldiers, and even entire supply columns lost to sudden storms, their bodies sometimes not recovered until the spring thaw revealed what winter had concealed. Armies on campaign were especially vulnerable to this danger, since military necessity often forced movement through weather that a lone traveler would have had the sense to avoid. Medieval military chronicles record catastrophic losses to cold and storm exposure during winter campaigns, losses that, in some documented cases, exceeded casualties suffered in actual battle. Yet alongside these grim outcomes, medieval sources also preserved stories of survival, remembered and retold precisely because they defied the odds. Pilgrims who stumbled, half frozen, into a hospice after days lost in a storm. Merchants found alive after being dug from a collapsed snow shelter. Travelers who owed their lives to a stranger's fire glimpsed through the storm at the last possible moment. These accounts, found in chronicles, saints, laves, and local records, were told and retold not merely as dramatic stories, but as genuine lessons in survival, reinforcing communal knowledge about what worked and what did not when the weather turned deadly. Surviving chronicles from across medieval Europe give a clearer picture of just how severe individual storms and winters could become. The early 14th century, and in particular the years surrounding In Ursus Onfets to Bindritsbus Onete, brought a period, later remembered as the Great Famine, driven in large part by catastrophic weather that included prolonged cold, heavy snow, and relentless rain across northern Europe. Contemporary chroniclers, writing in England, France, and the Low Countries, described roads made impassable for weeks at a time, travel between towns effectively suspended, and messengers and merchants who did that tempt the journey, sometimes never arriving at all. These were not isolated storms, but sustained periods of brutal weather, and the written record from monasteries and town councils, which often tracked grain prices, travel disruptions, and unusual deaths as part of their basic administrative duties, preserved a fairly detailed picture of how deeply winter could disrupt every part of medieval life, travel included. Animals played a role in these dangers that went far beyond simple transportation. Horses, mules, and oxen were not only vehicles, but also, in the harshest moments, a source of information and even survival for their human companions. Experienced travelers and guides paid close attention to how pack animals behaved as weather worsened, since horses in particular were known to grow uneasy, resist moving forward, or attempt to turn back well before a human companion might sense real danger. An early warning system rooted in the animal's own sharper instincts. When a storm did close in and shelter had to be improvised, animals themselves sometimes became part of that shelter. Travel accounts and later folk practice both describe travelers deliberately positioning themselves close to, or even partially against, a horse or ox for shared warmth, use of the animal's body heat in the absence of any other source. The loss of a pack animal in a storm, whether through exhaustion, injury on treacherous footing, or simply being unable to continue through deep snow, often marked the turning point between a difficult journey and a fatal one, since it could strip a traveler of supplies, of a faster means of reaching shelter, and of the animal's own body heat all at once. Rescue, where it happened, rarely resembled anything organized in the modern sense, but it was far from absent. Village and town communities, along known travel routes, developed their own informal customs for responding storms, rooted less in official policy than in simple necessity, and the awareness that any traveler lost near their homes might just as easily have been a son, a neighbor, or trading partner on another day. Church bells, in many regions, served a dual purpose beyond marking the canonical hours of prayer. In bad weather, sustained or specially patterned ringing could serve as an audible landmark, a way for a disoriented traveler within earshot to orient themselves toward the safety of a town or monastery. Some monastic communities, particularly those established in genuinely hazardous mountain terrain, maintained a deliberate practice of watching for travelers during storms and sending monks out to search nearby pots once conditions allowed. A tradition that, at hospices like the Great St. Bernard, would eventually become formalized and, in later centuries, pompously associated with dogs bred and trained specifically for locating buried or stranded travelers in the snow. Religious understanding shaped how medieval communities interpreted these storms as much as it shaped their responses to them. A sudden, deadly snowstorm was rarely understood by medieval people purely as a random meteorological event. It was commonly read through a providential lens, as an expression of divine will, a test of faith, or, in some interpretations, a punishment for sin, whether individual or communal. Sermons and religious writings from the period sometimes drew directly on such storms as moral lessons. framing a traveler's survival as a mark of divine favor or the intercession of particular saint, while a traveler's death might be woven into local memory as a somber reminder of life's fragility rather than simply an unfortunate accident of geography and weather. Saints associated with travelers and travel itself, most notably Saint Christopher, whose legend centered on safely carrying others across dangerous crossings, were frequently invoked by medieval travelers before setting out on any journey considered risky, snowstorm season very much included, and small devotional objects or prayers dedicated to such saints were a common part of a traveler's preparation alongside more practical supplies. Regional geography produced distinctly different versions of this same basic danger. In the high passes of the Alps, storms combined extreme cold with the added threat of avalanches, a hazard well documented in medieval accounts, even without the scientific understanding of snow layering and slope stability that would come centuries later. Travelers and guides in these regions developed practical, experience-based knowledge of which slopes and times of day carried the greatest risk, knowledge passed down orally rather than recorded in any formal text. In Scandinavia, where long, dark winters were simply an annual reality rather than an occasional hazard, communities developed correspondingly deep expertise in cold weather survival, travel, and clothing reflected in surviving sagas and later medieval legal codes that specifically address matters like right of shelter for stranded travelers, obligating households in some regions to take in and warm anyone caught by severe weather near their door. In the mountainous regions of Scotland and the north of England, sudden storms sweeping in from the Atlantic created similarly hazardous, fast-changing conditions, and local chronicles and later folklore alike preserve stories of travelers, drovers moving livestock, and messengers lost to storms that could transform a clear morning into a life-threatening whiteout within a matter of hours. Across the Carpathian Mountains in Eastern Europe, trade routes connecting the Baltic and Black Sea regions passed through terrain where merchants faced comparable dangers, and surviving trade correspondents occasionally notes goods, and sometimes messengers lost to winter conditions along these routes, a quiet but telling indication of how seriously merchant communities weighed the seasonal risk of travel. Military campaigns conducted in winter provide some of the best documented cases of mass death by cold and storm exposure in medieval sources, since chroniclers attached to royal or noble households had strong incentive to record such disasters, whether to explain a failed campaign or to honor suffering of soldiers. Winter campaigns in Eastern Europe, including several conducted by Teutonic Knights against Lithuania and other Baltic peoples during the 14th century, took place deliberately in the coldest months, since frozen rivers and marshland became possible ground for armies that summer's mud otherwise have swallowed. Yet this strategic advantage came at a steep human cost, and chronicles from these campaigns describes soldiers lost not to enemy action, but to exposure, frostbite severe enough to end a soldier's ability to fight or walk, and supply columns that failed to reach their destination through blinding snow. Similarly, chronicles describing crusading armies moving through the Balkans and Anatolia record devastating losses to sudden cold snaps and mountain storms, losses that in some campaigns revalid or exceeded casualties suffered in actual combat with opposing forces. A grim testament to how thoroughly winter weather could reshape the outcome of a military campaign regardless of the skill or courage of the soldiers involved. Long-distance trade routes carried their own particular version of this danger, one that unfolded slowly across weeks, rather than in a single catastrophic storm. Merchant caravans moving along overland trade routes connecting Europe to the wider world, including branches of what later historians would broadly term the Silk Road network, as it extended toward Black Sea ports and Eastern European trading cities, faced sustained cold across mountain crossings in Central Asia and the Caucasus that dwarfed anything most Western European travelers encountered. Surviving merchant accounts and trade manuals from the period, including practical guides written for merchants operating along these routes, contain specific warnings about winter crossings, recommending particular months to avoid certain mountain passes entirely, and describing the necessity of hiring local guides with intimate knowledge of seasonal conditions. Frostbite among merchants and their hired porters was common enough to be treated as an ordinary cost of doing business along these routes, and trade records occasionally note reduced caravan sizes or delayed shipments explicitly attributed to winter losses among personnel and pack animals alike. Quiet, but telling record of how deeply seasonal danger was woven into the economics of medieval long-distance trade. For those who survived a severe cold exposure but suffered lasting injury, life afterward could be permanently altered. Medieval medical and legal records occasionally reference individuals who lost fingers, toes, or in severe cases entire hands or feet to frostbite, injuries that, in a world where manual labor formed the backbone of most livelihoods, could mean the effective end of a person's previous trade or way of life. Guild records from some towns include rarer references to members seeking exemptions or altered duties due to injuries attributed to cold exposures suffered while traveling on guild business, a small but concrete illustration of how a single dangerous journey could permanently reshape a person's economic and social standing within their community. Religious institutions, consistent with the era's broader charitable obligations, sometimes took in individuals left disabled by such injuries, particularly if the person had been traveling on a pilgrimage or other religiously sanctioned journey at the time, framing the disability as a mark of suffering endured in service of faith rather than simple misfortune. Rivers and coastal waters introduced an entirely different category of winter danger, one that combined the threat of cold with the added peril of water itself. Travelers and merchants relying on river transport, a common and often faster alternative to overland travel in regions with navigable waterways, faced the risk of sudden ice formation trapping boats mid-journey, forcing travelers to abandon vessels and continue on foot through exactly the kind of exposed, unsheltered terrain most dangerous in a storm. Coastal and short-sea travelers, meanwhile, faced the compounding dangers of winter storms at sea, where cold, wind, and the ever-present and risk of shipwreck combined into a hazard that medieval sailors and passengers alike dreaded far more than summer crossings of the same waters. Port town records from the medieval period frequently note reduced shipping activity during the harshest winter months, not from lack of demand, but from a widely shared understanding, reinforced by repeated tragedy, that winter sea travel carried a mortality risk few were willing to accept under real necessity. For all this danger, medieval life did not simply stop for winter, and travel, however hazardous, remained a necessity rather than a choice for many. Trade had to continue. Pilgrims felt genuinely compelled to complete journeys, regardless of season. Armies moved on campaigns dictated by political necessity, rather than favorable weather, and ordinary people still needed to travel between villages for markets, family obligations, and legal, or religious duties. This meant that the dangers described here were not rare misfortunes affecting only the unlucky or the careless, but an accepted, ever-present risk woven into the basic fabric of medieval life, understood and prepared for as best as the era's knowledge and resources allowed, yet never fully eliminated by any amount of caution or experience. The medieval relationship with winter storms, in the end, shaped by a stark and unavoidable truth. Nature held an authority over human life that no amount of wealth, status, or piety could fully overcome. A king's messenger and a peasant's son faced the same cold, the same blinding snow, the same unforgiving landscape, and the outcome for each depended less on who they were than on preparation, knowledge of the land, the presence or absence of shelter, and, in the end, no small measure of luck. To be a traveler lost in a medieval snowstorm was to be stripped, in the space of a single afternoon, of every advantage civilization normally provided, left with nothing but the body's own dwindling warmth, and whatever wisdom, community, or shelter could be found before that warmth ran out. Anteriorly, statistics and patterns tell one part of the story. The rest is found in the lives of individuals who lived and sometimes did not survive this exact danger. In the autumn of a year in the late 14th century, a wool merchant named Edmund set out from a market town in the north of England, bound for a trading post 2 days' journey south before the roads closed for winter. He traveled with a hired guide, a weathered man named Alric, who had crossed these hills more times than he could count, and a young apprentice, barely 16, named Tom, who had begged it to accompany his master on what he believed would be a simple, uneventful trip. None of them could have known that, within 2 days, their names, had history recorded them at all, would join the long, largely unwritten list of medieval travelers who vanished into a winter storm and never came home. Edmund's journey began under conditions that, by the standards of the period, seemed entirely reasonable for the season. Late autumn travel was common practice among merchants eager to complete final trades before winter made the roads genuinely dangerous, and Edmund, like most experienced merchants of his time, had made the same crossing in previous years without serious incident. His route would take the group across a stretch of high, exposed moorland, terrain that offered no villages, no monasteries, and no shelter of any kind for nearly 15 miles, a gap in settlement that experienced travelers like Ulrich knew to respect and plan around carefully, timing their crossing to avoid, wherever possible, being caught on the exposed ground as darkness or bad weather approached. On the second day of their journey, as the party began the long moorland crossing shortly after dawn, Auric noted something that gave him a real pause, a peculiar stillness in the air, and clouds gathering to the west with a density and color he had learned through decades of crossing the same terrain to associate with serious trouble. He urged Edmund to delay, to seek shelter in a small hamlet they had passed the previous evening rather than press forward into open country. But Edmund, mindful of his trading schedule and the genuine financial cost of delay, a concern entirely typical of medieval merchants whose livelihoods depended on timely arrival at markets and fairs, chose to continue, judging the risk acceptable based on the clear skies still visible overhead at that early hour. This tension between a guide's caution rooted in hard-won local knowledge and a merchant's practical need to maintain his schedule reflected a genuine and recurring dynamic documented across surviving medieval travel accounts, one that did not always solve in favor of caution, since the pressures of commerce were themselves entirely real and rarely simple to dismiss. By mid-morning, Auric's fears began to materialize. The wind shifted first, sharp and sudden, followed within an hour by the earliest flakes of what would become a severe storm, exactly the kind of rapid, violent shift in mountain and moorland weather that medieval travelers across Europe had learned, often through bitter experience, to fear above almost any other natural danger. Tom, the youngest of the group and least experienced with such conditions, grew visibly frightened as visibility began to drop. The familiar landmarks Auric relied upon for navigation disappearing, one by one, into the thickening snow. Edmund, to his credit, did not panic, but the practical reality of their situation was now undeniable. They were roughly 7 miles from the nearest known shelter in either direction, exposed on open moorland, with a storm intensifying around them by the minute. Ulrich's response to this crisis reflected the accumulated practical knowledge the experienced medieval guides carried, knowledge built from years of first-hand experience, rather than any formal training, but no less valuable for its informal origins. Rather than attempting to push forward blindly through worsening conditions, a choice that surviving accounts of similar situations suggest often led to fatal disorientation, Eric made the decision to seek immediate, if imperfect, shelter, leading Edmund and Tom toward a rocky outcrop he remembered from previous crossings, a formation that, while offering no true structure, provided at least a partial break from the direct force of the wind, now driving snow almost horizontally across the exposed moor. This decision, prioritizing immediate protection from wind chill over continued forward progress toward uncertain shelter, matched the documented practical wisdom that experienced medieval travelers across many regions understood, even without any formal scientific framework for wind exposure so dramatically worsened the danger of cold. Reaching the outcrop, the three travelers faced the immediate, practical work of improving their shelter as much as possible with the limited resources available to them. Ulrich directed Tom to help pack snow against the exposed sides of the rock formation, a technique that used snow's genuine insulating properties to create a more effective windbreak than the bare rock alone provided. Edmund, meanwhile, worked to keep their single-pack horse calm and, crucially, positioned close enough to the group that its body heat could contribute meaningfully to their collective warmth, a practical strategy well understood among experienced medieval travelers who depended on horses and pack animals for exactly this kind of emergency assistance when formal shelter could not be reached in time. As the afternoon wore on, and the storm showed no sign of easing, the psychological strain of their situation began to test each member of the group differently, reflecting patterns of behavior and vulnerability that surviving medieval accounts of storm survival describe with notable consistency across otherwise very different individual cases. Tom, exhausted and frightened, began to grow unnervingly quiet, a change that Ulrich recognized immediately, and with genuine alarm as a warning sign rather than simple calm, since the deceptive stillness that often preceded the most dangerous days of hypothermia was precisely the kind of symptom experienced travelers learned to watch for and actively counter, even when doing so meant forcing an exhausted, resistant companion to remain alert and moving against their own immediate wishes. Ulrich insisted that Tom continue talking, moving his hands and feet, and remain engaged with the group rather than allowing himself to drift into the passive, sleepy state that his exhausted body increasingly seemed to crave. Edmund, for his part, turned to prayer as the hours passed, a response entirely consistent with the genuine religious framework through which medieval travelers commonly understood and coped with mortal danger, invoking Saint Christopher, the patron widely associated with protection for travelers, and reciting familiar prayers that, whatever their theological content, provided Edmund with a structured, familiar mental discipline to focus on rather than succumbing entirely to fear during the storm's most frightening hours. As dusk approached, deepening the already severe visibility problems the storm had created, Ulrich made a decision that reflected genuine, sound judgment even though its outcome would ultimately prove tragic. Rather than continuing to await passively at the outcrop, hoping the storm would ease before full darkness and worsening cold made their position genuinely untenable, he chose to attempt a careful, deliberate movement toward a shepherd's shelter he believed lay roughly 2 miles distant, a modest stone structure used seasonally by local herders, and, he believes, familiar enough to him from years crossing this terrain that he could locate it even under severely reduced visibility. Navigating by a combination of the wind's consistent direction, careful counting of paces, and the kind of accumulated terrain memory that experienced medieval guides developed through repeated exposure. The same routes across many years of work. It was, by any reasonable measure, the correct decision to attempt. The storm, however, had already begun to alter the very landmarks Ulrich's memory depended upon, drifting snow reshaping familiar contours of the land into something his experience alone could no longer rely or read. The journey toward the shelter tested every reserve of strength and resolve the 3 travelers possessed, and it was during this attempt that their fortune, which had held through the long afternoon at the outcrop, began finally to turn against them. Tom, still dangerously fatigued despite Ulrich's earlier intervention, required genuine physical support to continue moving, Edmund taking his apprentice's arm, unforcibly maintaining their pace, even as exhaustion made every step a struggle. The horse, sensing the group's evident distress and increasingly unable to find sure footing beneath the deepening drifts, grew difficult to manage, and somewhere in the swirling, disorienting whiteness, in a moment none of the three could later have precisely explained, even had they lived to try. The group lost the line Ulrich had been so carefully counting, the wind's direction shifting subtly enough, in the storm's chaotic final hour of daylight, to carry them gradually off the path toward safety and onto open, unsheltered ground they did not recognize. By the time full darkness fell, Ulrich was forced to admit, first to himself, and then, with evident and uncharacteristic difficulty, to Edmund, that he no longer knew with certainty where the shelter lay, nor how far they had drifted from the route he had intended. The temperature, already severe, dropped further as the wind continued unabated, and practical options available to the three travelers narrowed with brutal speed to the same grim choice faced by countless medieval travelers before them in exactly this circumstance: continue moving blindly through darkness and storm in the hope of stumbling upon shelter by chance, or stop, huddled together as closely as the horses' remaining warmth allowed, and attempt to simply endure until dawn might offer enough light to reorient themselves, a choice that surviving medieval accounts of similar crises suggest carried genuine, roughly comparable risk in either direction, since both continued movement in blinding darkness and prolonged stillness in severe, unrelenting cold posed serious, well-documented dangers to exhausted bodies already pushed well past their limits. Ulrich chose stillness, judging, with the same hard-earned, practical wisdom that had guided every decision that day, that blind movement in full darkness risk a fall, an injury, or complete disorientation that would make their situation immediately and irreversibly worse. The three travelers pressed themselves against the horse and against one another, Tom between the two men in a deliberate arrangement meant to shield the group's most vulnerable member from the worst of the wind, and settled in to endure what remained of the night, continuing, as best their fading strength allowed, the practices that had sustained them through the afternoon. Forced movement of hands and feet, continued conversation to ward off the dangerous, creeping stillness of Venice, advancing hypothermia, and, from Edmund, continued prayer, though his voice, as the night wore on, grew increasingly faint and halting. It was Tom who succumbed first, sometime in the deep, coldest hours before what would have been dawn. His exhausted young body, already weakened by the earlier hours of fear and struggle, finally overcome by a cold that no amount of forced movement or encouragement could hold off any longer. Same deceptive, peaceful stillness Ulrich had fought so hard to prevent throughout the previous day finally, quietly, claiming him despite every effort made against it. Ulrich, whose decades of experience had carried the group through so much of that terrible day, followed not long afterward, his own aged body, for all its accumulated wisdom and skill, ultimately no match for a night of such sustained, severe exposure. Edmund, alone now in the final hours before the storm at last began to ease, continued his prayers to the Rayers to the very end, his own strength failing gradually in the same manner that had taken his companions, the merchant's journey that had begun with such ordinary, practical urgency ending instead in the same silent, frozen stillness that claimed so many medieval travelers whose stories, unlike this one, were never recorded or remembered at all. Their bodies were found 4 days later by a shepherd from the very hamlet Ulrich had once urged Edmund to shelter in, discovered within sight, cruelly, of a low ridge that, had the storm's darkness and confusion not intervened, would have revealed the shepherd's shelter itself, no more than half a mile from where the three travelers had finally stopped. This detail, when it reached the ears of the local parish priest, who oversaw their burial, and later the small market town where Edmund's family and business associates learned of his fate, became, in the way such details often did in medieval accounts of tragedy, a source of particular, sorrowful reflection, a stark illustration of how narrow and arbitrary the margin between survival and death could prove even for travelers who had done nearly everything within their power correctly. The parish records that noted their burial, brief and administrative in the manner typical of such documents, listed simply the names of the deceased, the approximate date and circumstances of their deaths, and the modest arrangements made for their burial in the churchyard, a terse, unembellished record entirely consistent with how medieval communities across Europe documented the countless similar tragedies that winter's storms inflicted upon travelers whose only fault had often been the simple, unavoidable necessity of being on the road when the weather turned. Edmund's widow, left to manage what remained of his modest trading business, and Tom's family, who had entrusted their son to what they had reasonably believed was a safe and well-guided apprenticeship journey, both faced the genuine, practical hardship that a medieval household commonly confronted. Following the unexpected death of a primary earner or a promising young family member, a hardship that surviving wills, court records, and parish accounts from across medieval Europe document with sobering regularity as one of the ordinary, recurring consequences of winter's dangerous grip on travel. On trade. Alric, without immediate family of his own recorded in the surviving account, was remembered locally, in the informal way such things were preserved before they faded entirely from living memory, as a guide whose skill and judgment had been genuinely sound, whose fatal misfortune reflected not any failure of competence, but the simple, brutal unpredictability of a storm severe enough to erase even a lifetime of accumulated knowledge of the land, a fact that offered the surrounding community what limited comfort such an explanation could provide, even as it did nothing to change the outcome that a shift of wind, a half-mile of unrecognized ground, and a handful of the night's coldest hours had ultimately, irreversibly decided. To understand why Edmund, Alric, and Tom found themselves on that particular stretch of moorland at that particular moment, and why their deaths, though tragic, reflected an entirely recognizable pattern, rather than any unusual or exceptional misfortune, it helps to look more closely at who each of them actually was. Edmund, then in his early 40s, had built his modest trading business over nearly 2 decades, dealing primarily in raw wool purchased from sheep farmers across the northern hill country and sold onward to weavers and merchants in larger market towns, a trade that formed the backbone of English medieval economy, and that required exactly this kind of regular, seasonal travel between scattered rural sources and more centralized markets. His decision to press forward, despite Ulrich's warning, reflected not recklessness, but the genuine, calculated risk-taking that characterized medieval commerce more broadly, since a missed trading window could mean the difference between a profitable year and genuine financial hardship for his family. A pressure that surviving merchant records and correspondence from the period document as a constant, underlying feature of medieval trading life, one that, in Edmund's case, ultimately proved to carry a far higher cost than any misset sail ever could have. Ulrich, considerably older than Edmund at nearly 60, represented a figure well documented in medieval sources concerned with travel and trade. The professional guide, hired specifically for intimate, hard-won knowledge of dangerous terrain, though no amount of general travel experience could substitute for. Men like Ulrich typically came from families with generations of experience in a particular region, often supplementing seasonal shepherding or farming work with guide services during the periods when merchants and other travelers most needed such expertise and surviving town and guild records. Occasionally document payments specifically made to such local guides, confirming that Edmund's decision to hire Ulrich for this crossing reflected entirely standard, prudent practice among experienced medieval merchants undertaking journeys across genuinely hazardous terrain. That even a guide of Ulrich's evident skill and caution could ultimately be defeated by the storm's severity reflects a sobering truth well understood, if rarely stated so plainly, among medieval communities that depended on such guides. Experience reduced risks considerably. It could not eliminate it entirely, and the same storm that a guide's skill successfully navigated 9 times out of 10 might, on the 10th occasion, proved simply too severe for any amount of accumulated knowledge to overcome. Tom's presence on the journey reflected the equally common medieval institution of apprenticeship, through which a young person, typically beginning in their early teenage years, would be bound to a master craftsman or merchant for a period of years, learning the practical business alongside their formal training in exchange for labor and assistance during exactly this kind of journey. Tom's death, at barely 16 years of age, would have struck his surviving family and community with the particular, well-documented grief that medieval sources reserved for the loss of the young, a grief distinct from, though no less genuine than, the sorrow attached to the deaths of the older. Edmund and Ulrich, since surviving wills, parish records, and personal correspondence from the period consistently reflect heightened sense of tragedy specifically associated with young lives cut short before they could reach their expected span, even within a medieval world where child and youth mortality remained, by later standards, tragically common. The shepherd who eventually discovered the 3 bodies, a man named Wulfric, who had tended flocks on that same stretch of moorland for most of his own adult life, brought word of the tragedy back to the hamlet, setting in motion the practical, procedural response that medieval communities typically applied to such discoveries. Local custom, and increasingly by the late 14th century, formal legal requirement called for the involvement of the coroner, an official whose responsibilities included investigating sudden or unexplained deaths, a system that had developed steadily across medieval England from the late 12th century onwards, specifically to ensure that deaths occurring outside the ordinary course of illness or old age received at least a basic level of official documentation and inquiry. The coroner's inquest into the deaths of Edmund, Ulrich, and Tom would have followed an entirely standard procedure for such cases. A local jury of neighboring men examining the bodies and the circumstances of their discovery and ultimately recording a verdict attributing the deaths to misadventure. The standard legal categorization applied to accidental deaths of exactly this kind, a designation that carried no suggestion of blame or wrongdoing but simply confirmed, for the formal record, that no foul play or negligence beyond the ordinary accepted risks of winter travel had contributed to the tragedy. News of the deaths reached Edmund's trading partners and business associates in the market town within roughly a week, carried by the same informal networks of travelers and messengers that ordinarily conveyed commercial news and correspondence across medieval England, and the practical, financial consequences of Edmund's death began unfolding almost immediately, since medieval commerce depended heavily on personal relationships, extended credit, and reputation, all of which a merchant's sudden death threw into genuine, immediate uncertainty. Surviving records from similar cases suggest that at Edmund's outstanding debts and obligations would have required careful sorting by his surviving family and business associates, a process complicated by the reality that some of the goods and payments involved in his final, fatal journey may themselves have been lost or never properly accounted for, or adding a further practical layer of hardship to the emotional loss his family and community had already suffered. The parish priest who oversaw the burial of the 3 travelers in the churchyard of the very hamlet Alricht had once urged Edmund to shelter in would have followed the established rites appropriate to their circumstances, though the specific manner of their deaths, exposure during ordinary travel, rather than through any suggestion of sin or spiritual failing, meant they received burial without the particular restrictions and complications that medieval canon law attached to certain other categories of death, such as suicide, ensuring that Edmund were laid to rest within consecrated ground with the full customary rites their community and faith prescribed, a small but genuinely meaningful comfort that their families and neighbors would have understood as important within the broader medieval framework governing death, burial, and the fate of the soul. In the years that followed the deaths of Edmund, Alric and Tom would likely have taken on a particular, lasting significance within the local memory of the hamlet and surrounding region, entering the kind of informal oral tradition that surviving folklore studies and later antiquarian collections suggest preserved. Countless similar local tragedies long after the formal administrative records of coroners' inquests and parish burials had faded from active use or been lost entirely. Shepherds and travelers crossing that same stretch of moorland in subsequent years, particularly during the approach of a threatening storm, may well have invoked the memory of the 3 travelers as a cautionary example, a practical, remembered lesson about the specific dangers of that particular terrain woven into the accumulated local knowledge that guides like Alric had once carried, and that his own death, in a certain grim irony well suited to how such stories were often preserved and retold, may itself have contributed to updating and reinforcing for the next generation of travelers and guides who crossed that ground after him. The broader pattern their deaths represented, one repeated with quiet, largely unrecorded regularity across the medieval landscape wherever winter's dangerous, unpredictable weather met travelers whose preparation, however genuine and well-considered, ultimately proved insufficient against a storm. of unusual severity, offers a necessary counterweight to any account of medieval winter travel that focuses solely on stories of successful survival. For every well-documented tale of travelers who reached shelter in time, guided by skill, sound judgment, or simple fortune, historical demography, and the scattered, tertiary records of coroners and parish priests suggests that a comparable, largely unrecorded number it, instead the fate that claimed. Edmund, Alric, and Tom, their individual stories reduced, used in the surviving historical record, to little more than a name, a date, and the brief administrative notation of misadventure that stood, in the end, as the only formal acknowledgement medieval bureaucracy generally offered to the countless personal tragedies that its winters, storm after storm, year after year, quietly and repeatedly inflicted upon travelers, whose only true failing had been the simple, unavoidable necessity of being caught upon the road when the weather finally, decisively turned against them. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific choices Alric made throughout that final day, not to assign blame in hindsight, a judgment the surviving historical pattern of such cases generally resists, but to understand more clearly just how narrow and unforgiving the margin for error truly was for medieval travelers facing conditions of this severity. Ulrich's initial instinct to delay departure had been sound. His choice to seek the rocky outcrop rather than continue blindly forward had been sound. His insistence on keeping Tom alert and moving had been sound. And even his final decision to attempt the shelter rather than remain indefinitely exposed at the outcrop reflected careful, reasonable judgment based on the information available to him at the time. It was not any single failure of skill or judgment that ultimately doomed the three travelers, but compounding accumulation of a genuinely severe storm's unpredictable effects, layered atop hours of exhausting exposure that had already worn down each traveler's physical reserves. Well before the final, fatal misdirection occurred, a pattern entirely consistent with how modern understanding of hypothermia and cold weather survival describes the way sound decisions, made under conditions of extreme physical depletion, can still fail to produce a safe outcome, since exhaustion itself degrades its judgment and physical capability in ways that even the most experienced traveler cannot always fully counteract through willpower alone. This distinction between a genuine failure of skill or preparation and simple, tragic misfortune compounding across a day of otherwise sound decisions mattered a great deal to how medieval communities themselves understood and processed such deaths, reflected in the specific language and framework of the coroner's verdict of misadventure already discussed, a legal and moral category that explicitly acknowledged death occurring despite reasonable care rather than because of its absence. Surviving medieval attitudes towards such tragedies, expressed through parish records, occasional personal correspondence, and the broader religious framework through which death was generally understood, suggest a community capable of holding both genuine grief and under clear-eyed, unsentimental acceptance that some dangers, winter's most severe storms very much included, simply exceeded what human skill and preparation, however genuine, could reliably overcome, an acceptance that did not diminish the sorrow felt by Edmund's widow, Tom's grieving parents, or the wider community that had known and respected Ulrich's decades of careful, skilled guiding work, but that nonetheless allowed medieval society to continue sending merchants, guides, and apprentices out along those same dangerous roads each subsequent autumn, understanding the risk clearly while judging it, on balance, a risk that the ordinary business of medieval life required them to continue accepting. The pack horse that had accompanied the three travelers throughout their final day deserves its own brief, but genuine acknowledgement within this account, since surviving records of similar incidents suggest the animal's fate, often intertwined closely with that of the human travelers it served, its own body heat and, at times, its own life offering the final measure of protection available to exhausted, freezing companions. Whether Edmund's horse survived the night that claimed its three human companions, wandering free once its riders could no longer manage it, or perish it alongside them, unable itself to withstand the same severe, sustained cold, the surviving pattern of such medieval accounts suggests either outcome was entirely plausible, and Wulfric's eventual discovery of the scene, whatever specific details he encountered regarding the animal, would have represented simply one further practical element of the tragedy, requiring the same basic documentation and disposition that governed the treatment of the human remains, since a valuable animal, alive or dead, itself represented property requiring proper accounting within Edmund's surviving estate. Reflecting on the full arc of Edmund, Ulrich, and Tom's final journey from the ordinary, practical calculations that shaped their departure through the mounting series of genuinely sound decisions made under conditions of increasing danger and exhaustion to the quiet, largely unrecorded deaths that ultimately claimed all three within the same terrible night, offers a portrait of medieval winter danger considerably more textured and human than the simple, abstract statistics of seasonal mortality that survive in aggregate across manorial and parish records. Their story, however reconstructed from typical rather than singularly documented circumstances, embodies the genuine, specific human stakes that stood behind every one of the countless similar tragedies scattered across the historical record of medieval Europe's relationship with its own harsh, unforgiving winters. Tragedies that shaped not only the individual families and communities directly affected, but the broader, cautious, deeply practical culture of respect and fear that medieval society as a whole maintained toward the genuine, recurring danger that winter's most severe storms represented year after year, for as long as travelers continued to need the roads that wound across Europe's exposed, unsheltered, and, in the wrong storm, genuinely deadly open country. Beyond the specific fate of Edmund, Ulrich, and Tom, their story invites a broader reflection on how differently medieval society and modern audiences tend to approach the concept of acceptable risk, a difference worth examining directly, rather than simply assuming one perspective naturally supersedes the other. Modern readers, accustomed to weather forecasting, rapid emergency communication, and organized search and rescue services entirely unavailable to medieval travelers, might reasonably view Edmund's initial decision to continue traveling despite Ulrich's warning as the clear, identifiable point where the tragedy became preventable, yet this judgment, however understandable from a modern vantage point, imposes a standard of predictive certainty that simply did not exist within the medieval traveler's actual world. Ulrich's warning, however well founded in decades of accumulated experience, remained fundamentally a matter of informed probability, rather than certain knowledge. And surviving accounts of medieval travel consistently document countless journeys undertaken under similarly ambiguous warning signs that concluded without incident, meaning that Edmund's decision, viewed within its own genuine historical context, rather than through the distorting clarity of hindsight, reflected an entirely reasonable weighing of uncertain risks against certain immediate commercial cost, precisely the kind of judgment call that medieval merchants made successfully thousands of times for every occasion when the outcome proved catastrophic. This distinction matters considerably for understanding the broader historical pattern that Edmund, Auric, and Tom's story represents, since medieval society's continued, sustained reliance on winter travel, despite its genuine, well-documented dangers, reflected not naivety or recklessness on any collective scale, but rather clear-eyed, practical calculation that the economic, religious, and social necessities driving such travel, trade, pilgrimage, communication, and countless other purposes that sent medieval people onto dangerous roads throughout the winter months simply outweigh the real but statistically limited danger that any single journey would end in tragedy. The historical record's mixture of both survival stories, like those documented extensively elsewhere in accounts of medieval travelers who successfully weathered severe storms, and tragic accounts like the one reconstructed here, together represent not contradictory evidence, but two genuine, well-documented sides of the same underlying reality, that winter travel in medieval Europe carried real, serious risk that experienced careful travelers successfully managed the great majority of the time, and that occasionally, despite every reasonable precaution, and every sound decision made in sequence, that risk resolved instead into the quiet, cold tragedy that closed over 3 travelers on an exposed stretch of northern English moorland on a night in the late 14th century, their names surviving, now only within a reconstruction built from the countless similar, genuinely documented cases that together allow their story, and the stories of so many others like them, to be told with confidence in its essential historical truth, even where the specific individuals themselves remain, as they were for most of medieval history's ordinary people, otherwise lost to time. Their story, reconstructed here from the entirely typical, well-documented pattern of circumstances, decisions, and outcomes that shaped countless similar medieval winter tragedies, rather than drawn from any single surviving historical account of specific, named individuals, reflects the genuine, sobering reality that stood behind so many of the period's terse parish records and memorial notations of travelers found dead after a storm. That skill, experience, and courage, however genuinely and however well applied, could reduce, but never entirely eliminate, the danger that a medieval winter storm posed to anyone caught upon the open road, and that for every traveler whose story ended, like Edmund's, in survival, another, equally deserving of sympathy and equally careful in their preparation, met instead the cold, silent, and largely unrecorded fate that closed over Redmond, Alric, and Tom on that exposed and unforgiving stretch of moorland, a fate that the historical record succors. For the medieval traveler facing winter's harshest storms, never entirely a matter of choice, Not every traveler caught by winter's fury met the same fate as Edmund, Ulrich, and Tom. For those fortunate enough to reach shelter before the storm closed in completely, an entirely different kind of night awaited. Picture the scene along a well-traveled medieval road, somewhere between the 12th and 15th centuries, as evening falls and the first heavy flakes of an approaching storm begin to swirl across the frozen ground. For the traveler on this road, whether a merchant moving goods between towns, a pilgrim on a long religious journey, or a messenger carrying urgent news, the appearance of an inn on the horizon represented one of the most welcome sights the medieval world had to offer. A promise of shelter, food, and warmth standing between the traveler and a night that, as covered extensively in accounts of medieval travelers lost to snowstorms, could otherwise prove genuinely deadly. Medieval inns, though they varied enormously in size, quality, and reputation depending on their location and the wealth of the surrounding community, served a genuinely essential function within the transportation networks of medieval Europe, since travel by foot, horseback, or cart rarely covered enough ground in a single day to complete most significant journeys without at least one overnight stop. Inns clustered along major roads, at river crossings, near town gates, and along established pilgrimage routes, their placement reflecting centuries of accumulated travel patterns and the practical reality that a day's travel by medieval standards, typically covering somewhere between 15 and 25 miles, depending on terrain, weather, and the traveler's means of transport, created a predictable rhythm of stopping points that innkeepers positioned themselves to serve. Thank you for listening to my story. Please subscribe and leave a comment. Hello and welcome to my channel. Grab a cup of coffee, sit back, immerse yourself in the story, and get ready to drift off to sleep in peace. First, subscribe, and please leave a comment. Arriving at an inn just as a snowstorm began in earnest brought an immediate and profound sense of relief, one that surviving medieval travel accounts and later literary depictions, including references scattered throughout works like Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, written in the late 14th century, and offering one of the most vivid surviving portraits of medieval travelers gathering at an inn, captured with genuine warmth and detail. The physical transition from the biting wind and disorienting snow outside to the relative shelter of an inn's common room represented far more than simple comfort. For many travelers, it represented the difference between a manageable journey and a genuinely dangerous one, a fact it. Deeply grateful medieval travelers generally felt toward the innkeepers and establishments that provided this essential service along dangerous winter roads. The physical structure of a typical medieval inn reflected its dual purpose as both a commercial establishment and a place of genuine shelter from the elements. Most inns were built around a central hall or common room, dominated by a large hearth that served as the literal and social heart of the building, since this central fire provided not only warmth, but also light, a place to cook and serve food, and the natural gathering point where travelers of different backgrounds, social stations, and destinations found themselves thrown together for the duration of a storm, creating a temporary community bound by nothing more than shared shelter from the same dangerous weather. Surrounding this common room, Inns typically offered shared sleeping accommodations that varied considerably in privacy and comfort depending on what a traveler could afford, ranging from private rooms with actual beds, reserved for wealthier guests or those of higher social standing, to simple shared sleeping spaces where poorer travelers might rest on straw-filled mattresses or benches, sometimes several to a room, a practical arrangement that also offered the meaningful benefit of shared body heat during particularly cold nights. In keeping itself occupied a distinctive and somewhat complicated position within medieval society, regulated to varying degrees depending on the specific region and period by town governments, guild structures, or royal decree, reflecting the genuine economic and social importance of an industry that travelers depended upon so heavily for their safety. Surviving town records from across medieval Europe, including detailed ordinances from cities like London and Paris, document specific regulations governing inn operations, addressing matters such as fair pricing, the quality of food and drink offered, and standards of cleanliness, reflecting official recognition that inns, given travelers genuine dependence on them, particularly during dangerous weather, required a degree of oversight beyond what ordinary commercial establishments faced. Despite this dysregulation, medieval innkeepers also carried a persistent, and not entirely undeserved, reputation for occasional dishonesty, watered wine, inflated prices during periods of high demand, such as severe storms when travelers had little choice but to accept whatever terms were offered, and general suspicion regarding the safety of one's belongings while sharing quarters with strangers. Concerns reflected in period literature, legal records addressing theft at inns, and practical guidance offered to travelers in surviving merchant handbooks that specifically advised caution when lodging at unfamiliar establishments. Food served at a medieval inn during a snowstorm, while rarely luxurious by any standard, represented genuinely important sustenance for travelers who had often been on the road for hours in dangerous, cold, weakening conditions before finally reaching shelter. Typical inn fare included bread, pottage, a thick stew-like dish made from whatever vegetables, grains, and occasionally small amounts of meat were available, and ale or wine, the latter more common in wine-producing regions of southern Europe, while ale dominated further north, both beverages serving the practical function of providing safer hydration than often questionable local water supplies. During a storm that trapped multiple travelers at an inn simultaneously, unable to continue their journeys until weather conditions improved, innkeepers faced the genuine practical challenge of stretching limited food stores across an unexpectedly extended stay, a circumstance that surviving records suggest could create real tension between innkeepers managing dwindling supplies and travelers whose journeys, and sometimes livelihoods, depended on reaching their destinations promptly. Tension that occasionally surfaces in surviving legal disputes over inn charges and provisions during periods of forced weather-related delay. The social dynamics within an inn's common room during a snowstorm created a uniquely leveling environment rarely replicated elsewhere in the rigidly stratified world of medieval society. Since a storm severe enough to trap travelers indoors, doors made no distinction between merchant, pilgrim, minor, noble, or humble craftsman, all of whom might find themselves sharing the same fire. the same limited food supplies, and the same uncertain wait for the weather to clear. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, though a work of literary fiction, rather than historical record, drew its narrative framework directly from this genuine social reality, depicting a diverse group of pilgrims gathered at London's Tabard Inn who passed the time sharing stories, a device that, while serving Chaucer's literary purposes, reflected an entirely accurate understanding of how medieval travelers genuinely occupied themselves during enforced stays at inns, particularly during weather severe enough to make continued travel impossible or genuinely dangerous. Storytelling, games, conversation, and the simple exchange of news and information travelers carried from their respective journeys represented common, well-documented ways that medieval inn guests passed the hours during a storm, creating an atmosphere. Despite the underlying anxiety about delayed journeys and dwindling supplies, often carried a genuine sense of temporary community and even conviviality among strangers, united by shared circumstance. Security concerns added a persistent undercurrent of caution to even the most convivial inn stay, since travelers carrying money, goods, or valuable letters faced genuine risk of theft, particularly in shared sleeping arrangements where personal belongings could not always be closely guarded through the night. Surviving merchant guides and practical travel advice from the period consistently recommend caution regarding fellow travelers, careful management of valuables, including advice to sleep with money pouches secured directly against the body rather than left with other belongings, and general wariness regarding inn staff and other guests whose backgrounds and intentions could not be verified. This atmosphere of practical caution existed alongside, rather than entirely undermining, the genuine camaraderie that stormbound travelers often developed, reflecting the layered, complicated reality of medieval travel, where genuine danger and genuine human connection frequently coexisted within the same shared experience of waiting out a storm together. For travelers of higher social standing, wealthier merchants, meaner nobility, or high-ranking clergy, the experience of a stormbound night and inn could differ meaningfully from that of poorer travelers, reflecting the broader social stratification that shaped virtually every aspect of medieval life, even within the temporarily leveling environment of a shared common room. Such travelers might secure private rooms, receive preferential treatment regarding food and the best positions near the fire, and in some cases travel with their own servants, who managed their master's comfort and security independently of whatever the inn itself provided. Arrangements, surviving inn account records, and travel diaries from wealthier medieval travelers document in some detail, offering historians useful evidence of just how thoroughly social hierarchy persisted even within the shared circumstance of waiting out a dangerous storm. As the storm outside continued through the night, the inn staff faced their own considerable burden, managing the practical demands of an establishment suddenly filled beyond its typical capacity, tending the crucial hearth fire that could not be allowed to die down given the genuine danger posed by the cold outside, and managing the logistics of feeding and housing an unexpected number of guests for what might prove to be an unpredictably extended stay. Innkeepers and their staff, drawing on practical experience with the seasonal rhythms of their trade, generally understood that severe winter storms represented both a genuine business opportunity, given the captive audience unable to travel elsewhere, and a real logistical challenge requiring careful, practiced management of limited resources. A balance that's successful, well-regarded inns managed considerably better than establishments that gained the poorer reputations, reflected in period complaints and legal disputes. The particular danger a snowstorm posed to an inn's own operation extended well beyond simply housing extra guests, since the storm itself could threaten the physical structure and essential functions of the building in ways that required active management throughout the night. Heavy snow accumulation on roofing, particularly the thatched roofs, common on many rural inns, carried genuine structural risk if allowed to build up excessively, and innkeepers and staff experienced with local weather patterns understood the periodic necessity of clearing snow from vulnerable roof sections during a sustained storm, a task that required venturing back out into the very conditions guests had just escaped. Water sources, whether a well within the inn's courtyard or a nearby stream relied upon for cooking and washing, could freeze solid during severe cold, requiring staff to break ice or draw water in advance of the worst conditions. Practical logistics that surviving in account books occasionally reference in passing, noting expenses for tools or labor specifically tied to managing these seasonal winter challenges that a summer storm would never have presented. Stabling arrangements for travelers' horses and pack animals represented another significant dimension of an inn's winter responsibilities, since a snowstorm threatened animal welfare just as seriously as it threatened the human travelers who depended on those animals for their onward journey. Most substantial medieval inns maintained attached stables, and a well-run establishment took genuine care to ensure these structures offered adequate shelter, since a traveler's horse, mule, or ox represented not merely transportation, but often a significant financial investment, and particularly for merchants, an essential tool of their livelihood, meaning that innkeepers who failed to adequately protect guests' animals during a storm risked serious reputational and even legal consequences. Surviving inn regulations from various medieval towns specifically address standards for stabling, including requirements for adequate fodder, water, and shelter, reflecting official recognition that this aspect of an inn's service carried genuine importance, extending well beyond simple guest comfort into the broader economic concerns of a society still fundamentally dependent on animal power for transportation and trade. Religious observance did not pause simply because travelers found themselves unexpectedly delayed by a storm, and surviving accounts suggest that storm-bound guests at medieval inns, particularly those on pilgrimage or otherwise inclined toward regular devotional practice, continued to mark canonical hours of prayer where possible, even without access to a proper church, sometimes gathering informally within the inn itself for shared prayer, a practice that added a further dimension to the temporary community formed among storm-bound strangers. Innkeepers in towns with a resident chaplain or located near a monastery, as covered extensively in accounts of medieval monastic winter hospitality, sometimes benefited from proximity to religious institutions capable of offering additional spiritual or even practical support during a prolonged storm. blurring somewhat the otherwise fairly clear distinction between the commercial hospitality offered by an inn and the more explicitly religious hospitality offered by a monastery's guest house, both institutions ultimately serving the same fundamental need of medieval travelers caught by dangerous winter weather. Disputes and tensions among stormbound guests, while less frequently the subject of romanticized literary treatment than the camaraderie also documented at medieval inns, appear with some regularity in surviving legal records, addressing conflicts that arose specifically from the close, forced proximity that a severe storm created among strangers of varying temperaments, backgrounds, and, at times, competing commercial interests. Merchants traveling with valuable goods sometimes found themselves uneasily sharing quarters with strangers whose trustworthiness could not be verified, and surviving court records from various medieval towns document occasional disputes over theft, unpaid debts incurred during a storm extended stay, or simple interpersonal conflict arising from the genuine stress of an uncertain, extended confinement among people who would, under ordinary circumstances, likely never have found themselves in such close, prolonged contact at all, a reminder that the temporary community, formed by a shared storm, while often genuinely positive, did not automatically eliminate the ordinary frictions and suspicions that shaped medieval social interaction more broadly. Certain inns, by virtue of their location along particularly dangerous or heavily traveled routes, developed reputations that extended well beyond their immediate region, becoming known specifically for their reliability during severe weather, a reputation that surviving merchant correspondence and travel literature occasionally references directly when recommending specific establishments to fellow travelers undertaking similar routes. Inns positioned near notoriously dangerous mountain crossings or exposed stretches of road where storms were known to strike with particular severity carried an outsized importance within regional travel networks, and surviving records suggest that experienced travelers, merchants in particular, repeated the same routes regularly for their trade, developed detailed practical knowledge of which specific inns offered genuinely reliable shelter during severe weather, knowledge passed along through merchant networks and guild connections in much the same way that knowledge of safe mountain passes and reliable guides circulated among those who depended on safe winter travel for their livelihood. The financial arrangements governing an extended, storm-forced stay at a medieval inn reveal a further practical dimension of this experience, since travelers, unexpectedly delayed by weather beyond their control, faced genuine questions about payment, particularly if their planned funds had been calculated for a single night stay rather than the extended period a severe storm might impose. Surviving merchant account books and legal records addressing inn disputes suggest that innkeepers and travelers navigated this uncertainty through a combination of established custom, direct negotiation, and, where necessary, formal credit arrangements, with some inns extending short-term credit to a known or vouched for travelers with the reasonable expectation of payment once the traveler reached their destination and could settle accounts. A practical accommodation that reflected the genuine, mutual recognition that severe weather represented a shared circumstance beyond any individual traveler's control or fault, deserving practical flexibility, rather than rigid insistence on payment terms established before the storm's true severity became apparent. Regional variation shaped the specific character of inn culture considerably across medieval Europe, reflecting broader differences in climate, trade patterns, and local custom already noted in the context of other aspects of medieval winter life. In the German-speaking lands and across much of Central Europe, inns have often developed as more substantial, purpose-built establishments along well-organized trade routes connecting major commercial centers, reflecting the dense network of trading cities that characterize the region's medieval economy. In England, the inn tradition that Chaucer's Canterbury Tales so vividly captured had developed considerably by the 14th century, particularly along major pilgrimage routes and the roads connecting London to other significant towns, with establishments ranging from substantial, well-regarded inns in larger towns to considerably more modest wayside establishments serving less heavily traveled rural roads. Mediterranean regions, with their generally milder winters, saw somewhat less dramatic dependence on inns specifically for protection against severe snowstorms, though inns and similar traveler accommodations still played the same essential role in supporting trade and pilgrimage networks. Simply facing a somewhat different, though still genuinely dangerous, range of seasonal weather threats. Entertainment and diversion during a storm-forced stay extended beyond the informal storytelling and conversation already noted, and surviving evidence suggests that larger, more established inns sometimes offered additional forms of organized diversion to help travelers pass what could become genuinely long, anxious hours of enforced waiting. Games of dice and cards, the latter having spread across Europe from roughly the late 14th century onward following their introduction from the Islamic world and further east, appear frequently enough in period records and later literary depictions of inn life to suggest they represented common peacetime among storm-bound travelers, though such games also carried genuine risk, since gambling disputes and losses add further tension to an already stressful, forced confinement among strangers, as contingent reflected in occasional town ordinances, specifically regulating gambling at inns and taverns. Musicians and traveling entertainers, when present among the storm-bound guests, sometimes offered impromptu performances in exchange for food, lodging, or small payment, adding a further layer of shared diversion to the inn's temporary community, a practice that surviving records suggest was particularly valued during the genuinely difficult psychological experience of an unroutine, extended wait for dangerous weather to finally clear. The specific experience of women travelers seeking shelter at a medieval inn during a storm carried particular considerations that shaped how such stays were arranged and understood, reflecting the broader social constraints and concerns that governed women's travel more generally throughout the medieval period. Women traveling alone were considerably less common than male travelers undertaking similar journeys, and those who did travel, whether as pilgrims, merchants' wives accompanying their husbands, or women traveling for family or legal reasons, generally faced greater scrutiny regarding their lodging arrangements, with many inns maintaining separate sleeping quarters for women when guest numbers and available space allowed, a practical accommodation to prevailing social expectations, rather than simply added comfort. Surviving records suggest that women traveling with proper escort, whether family members, servants, or as part in an organized pilgrimage group, generally navigated storm-forced in stays with fewer specific concerns beyond those shared by all travelers, while women traveling with less conventional support faced additional layers of social caution and, at times, genuine vulnerability that shaped their experience of this otherwise broadly shared medieval hazard in ways male travelers did not typically need to consider to the same degree. The role of the inn within the broader medieval understanding of hospitality and moral obligation, while less explicitly framed in religious terms than the hospitality offered by monasteries, nonetheless carried a meaningful ethical dimension within medieval thought, reflecting the period's broader concern with the treatment of travelers and strangers as a matter of genuine moral significance rather than simple commercial transaction. Innkeepers who provided reliable, honest shelter during dangerous storms, charging fair prices and treating stranded travelers with genuine, rather than exploiting their vulnerable, captured circumstances, appear in period sources as figures deserving of genuine praise and good reputation. Why? Those who took clear advantage of storm-trapped travelers through inflated prices or poor treatment faced not only the practical consequences of damaged reputation within trade networks already discussed, but also in a period where commercial and moral reasoning were rarely fully separated, a degree of genuine social and even religious censure, reflecting the broader medieval understanding that commercial activity, innkeeping very much included, existed within a framework of moral obligation that pure profit motive could not entirely override without real social cost. News and information exchange represented one of the most practically valuable functions an inn served during a storm, functioning in many respects as an informal communication hub within a world that otherwise lacked any systematic means of rapidly transmitting news across distances. Travelers arriving from different directions and carrying knowledge of conditions, events, and circumstances from their respective points of origin found in the inn's common room, a natural venue for exchanging this information, meaning that a storm-bound night sometimes served the genuinely important social function of updating an entire group of travelers on road conditions elsewhere, political developments, market prices in distant towns, or other practical information directly relevant to their onward journeys once the weather cleared. Merchants in particular relied heavily on this informal network of travel-based information exchange, and surviving merchant correspondences occasionally references specific news or market information first learned during an inn stay, underscoring how thoroughly the inn functioned not merely as shelter, but as a genuine node within the broader informal information networks that medieval commerce and travel depended upon in the absence of any more formal communication system. The specific physical sensations of a storm-bound night at a medieval inn, largely absent from formal legal and commercial records, yet reconstructible from the more personal and literary sources that survive, would have combined a distinctive mixture of relief and continued underlying tension, since the immediate danger exposure had passed upon reaching shelter, yet genuine uncertainty about the storm's duration, the adequacy of food and fuel stores, and the eventual resumption of travel plans remained unresolved throughout the night. The sound of wind and snow against shuttered windows, audible even within the relative safety of the inn's common room, served as a constant reminder of the danger just outside, while the crowded warmth of the hearth, the mingled smells of wood smoke, cooking food, and the press of many bodies sharing close quarters, and the low murmur of conversation among strangers passing the anxious hours together created an atmosphere that period literary sources, Chaucer's work chief among them, captured with genuine sensory detail, offering later readers, and by extension, modern audiences seeking to understand this experience, one of the more vividly documented pictures available of ordinary medieval life, unfolding under genuinely extraordinary, weather-forced circumstances. Ultimately, the medieval inn's role during a severe snowstorm reveals something genuinely significant about the broader structure and values of medieval society. One that, for all its rigid hierarchies, genuine dangers, and uneven distribution of comfort and security, had nonetheless developed practical institutions specifically designed to address the very real threat that winter weather posed to anyone caught traveling its roads. The inn, however imperfect in execution, however shaped by profit motive and occasional exploitation, represented a genuine, functioning response to a genuine, recurring danger, one that saved countless unrecorded lives across the medieval centuries, simply by existing at the right point along dangerous road, ready to open its doors the moment a storm began, and prepared, however imperfectly, to hold a temporary, disparate community of strangers safely within its walls until the danger outside had fully passed. Jordan's surviving accounts, though relatively rare, given how much of medieval daily life went unrecorded, describe specific documented instances of travelers surviving genuinely severe storms specifically because they reached an inn in time, offering historians concrete, individual illustrations of the broader pattern already discussed. Merchant diaries and correspondence from the 14th and 15th centuries occasionally include brief, but genuine expressions of relief and gratitude, having reached particular in just as conditions turned genuinely dangerous, sometimes naming the specific establishment and its keeper by name, a small but meaningful indication of how personally travelers experienced and remembered these moments of narrow escape from winter's worst dangers, and how directly they attributed their survival to the practical existence of these roadside institutions, rather than treating their safe arrival as simply unremarkable good fortune. The eventual decline of the traditional medieval inn system, though occurring gradually across the transition into the early modern period, and therefore falling beyond the strict boundaries of the medieval era itself, nonetheless emerged directly from the same practical functions and genuine importance documented throughout this account as improving road networks, changing patterns of trade and travel, and eventually more formalized postal and transportation systems gradually transformed how European travelers moved and sheltered along their routes. Yet the fundamental human need these medieval inns addressed, safe a shelter from dangerous weather, reliable food and warmth, and the simple, profound comfort of finding other human beings similarly sheltering from the same storm, remained constant even as the specific institutions serving that need evolved considerably in the centuries that followed, a continuity worth remembering when considering just how essential these humble, often unglamorous roadside establishments genuinely were to the safety and survival of ordinary medieval travelers facing winter's most dangerous nights. When morning finally arrived and the storm had passed, or at least eased enough to allow safe travel to resume, the temporary community formed within the inn's common room dissolved as quickly as it had formed, travelers settling their air accounts, gathering their belongings, and returning to their separate journeys and destinations, the shared experience of the storm-bound night likely to remain a vivid, specific memory, even as the individuals themselves rarely crossed paths again. This transient quality, communities formed suddenly by shared danger and dissolved just as quickly once that danger passed, characterized much of medieval travel more broadly, but found its most concentrated, memorable expression in exactly this scenario: strangers drawn together by a common enemy. In the form a genuinely dangerous winter storm, finding within an inn's walls not just physical shelter, but for one night a small, temporary refuge of warmth, food, and human company against a world that, just beyond the inn's door, remained cold, dark, and genuinely perilous for anyone still caught within it. Shelter from the storm took many forms across medieval Europe, where an inn offered warmth for a price. Another kind of institution offered it as a sacred duty. Imagine arriving at the gates of a monastery on a winter evening sometime between the 10th and 15th centuries as the last gray light fades behind snow-covered hills. You might be a monk returning from travel, a pilgrim seeking shelter, or a guest of standing welcomed for the night. Whatever brought you there, once the heavy gate closed behind you, you entered a world governed by a rhythm entirely unlike the one outside its walls, a rhythm built not around daylight and darkness in the ordinary sense, but around prayer, discipline, and a schedule so precise it would have shaped every hour of the night to come. Monastic life in medieval Europe was organized around what is known as the divine office, a sequence of prayer services performed at set hours throughout the day and night. The most influential framework for this schedule came from the rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century and adopted in various forms by monastic communities across the medieval West for centuries afterward. Benedict's rule divided each day into 8 periods of prayer, several of which fell during the hours most people today would consider the depths of night. This meant that for a monk, winter darkness was not simply endured but actively structured around, since the long nights of the season shaped how much of the community's most important spiritual work was carried out. The night began, for most monastic communities, with Compline, the final service of the evening, typically held as darkness settled in, and before the community retired to sleep. Compline was traditionally quiet and reflective in tone, often including a formal blessing and an examination of conscience, a moment for each monk to consider the day's conduct, before entering what the rule and monastic custom treated as the Great Silence, a period of enforced quiet that extended from the end of Compline until the first light of the following morning. This silence was not merely the absence of conversation. It was considered a spiritual discipline in itself, a practice meant to cultivate humility, attentiveness, and a mind turned toward God rather than toward the ordinary business of daily life. breaking the great silence without genuine necessity was treated as a real breach of monastic discipline, recorded and addressed according to whatever penitential system the individual house followed. After compline, monks retired to the dormitory, a communal sleeping hall that in many monasteries was a single long room lined with simple beds, offering little privacy and, in winter, very limited warmth. Monastic architecture generally avoided excessive comfort as a matter of spiritual principle, and this was nowhere more evident than in sleeping arrangements. Beds were typically simple wooden frames with straw mattresses, and blankets, while provided, were rarely abundant enough to fully counter the cold radiating from stone walls and floors that had absorbed the chill of the surrounding winter air throughout the day. Monks slept in their habits, the same woolen garments worn during the day, both as a matter of practicality in the cold and according to the rule of Saint Benedict itself, so that they would be ready to rise quickly when the call to prayer came, without the delay of dressing in darkness. That call came remarkably soon. The night office, known as matins or vigils depending on the regional and monastic tradition, was typically held in the deep hours of the night, often calculated to occur around the midpoint between sunset and sunrise, meaning that in the long nights of winter, monks might rise for prayer only a few hours after first retiring to bed. A bell, rung by a designated monk whose responsibility it was to track the hours through the night, often using devices like water clocks, marked candles, or simply careful observation of the stars when the sky was clear, called the community from sleep back into the cold and dark of the church for prayer. Rising from a warm, if modest, bed into an unheated stone church in the middle of a winter night represented one of the most physically demanding aspects of monastic discipline, a test repeated not occasionally, but as a nightly expectation woven into the very structure of religious life. The church itself, where this night prayer took place, offered little relief from the cold outside. Medieval monastic churches were built primarily for acoustic and spiritual purposes, their high stone ceilings and large interior spaces creating an atmosphere suited to chant and prayer, but entirely unsuited to retaining heat. Candlelight, and, in wealthier or more established monasteries, oil lamps provided the only illumination, casting long shadows across carved stone and wooden choir stalls where monks stood or sat for the duration of the service. Breath would have been visible in the cold air, and the stone floor beneath bare, or thinly shod feet offered no warmth at all. Monks endured this not as an unfortunate side effect of monastic life, but, in many traditions, as an intentional element of spiritual discipline, since physical discomfort was widely understood in medieval religious thought as a means of focusing the mind away from bodily comfort and toward prayer. On contemplation. The night office itself was built around the chanting of psalms, following a structured cycle that, depending on the specific monastic tradition, worked through all 150 psalms of the Psalter over the course of a week, or, in some stricter observances, more frequently still. This chanting, performed in Latin, and following melodic patterns known as plain chant or Gregorian chant, required not only spiritual devotion, but real memorization and vocal discipline, since monks were expected to know a substantial portion of this repertoire and to participate fully even in the exhausted, half-awake hours of deep night. The sound of this chant, rising and falling in the darkness of a cold stone church, was considered by medieval monastic writers to be one of the highest expressions of the religious life. A nightly offering understood to hold the world in prayer, while most of society outside the monastery walls slept undisturbed. Between the night office and the next scheduled prayer, monks were typically permitted to return briefly to the dormitory for further rest, though this interval could be short, particularly in winter when matins might be followed relatively quickly by lords. The dawn prayer marking the formal beginning of the day. This meant that a monk's winter night was rarely a single unbroken period of sleep, but rather a fragmented pattern of rest interrupted by prayer, a rhythm that took considerable physical and mental adjustment for anyone entering monastic life, and one that experienced monks described in surviving spiritual writings as gradually becoming a source of quiet strength rather than mere hardship, a discipline that shaped both body and spirit over years of repetition. For those outside the monastic community, who found themselves spending a winter night within monastery walls, whether as a pilgrim, traveler, or invited guest, the experience differed significantly depending on status and circumstance. Hospitality was considered a serious religious obligation across medieval monastic tradition, rooted in scripture and reinforced by monastic rules that specifically addressed the reception of guests, treating the arrival of a stranger as, in a spiritual sense, akin to receiving Christ himself. Most monasteries maintained a guest house separate from the monk's own quarters, staffed by a monk appointed specifically as guest master, whose responsibilities included ensuring visitors received adequate food, warmth, and shelter appropriate to their station. A traveling noble or high-ranking cleric might be housed in relatively comfortable private quarters, provided with a proper fire, decent food, and even wine, while a poor traveler or pilgrim might receive simpler accommodations, a place near the kitchen or infirmary fire, plain bread, and a straw pallet, yet still receive it without the harsh conditions common in a secular inn of the period, since monastic hospitality was explicitly meant to extend even to those with nothing to offer in return. Warmth itself was a carefully managed resource within monastery walls, reflecting both practical necessity and monastic values around austerity. While the church and dormitory were typically left unheated as a matter of spiritual discipline, certain rooms, most notably the calefactory, sometimes called the warming room, were specifically designated as spaces where a fire was permitted, offering monks a place to briefly warm themselves, particularly during the harshest winter months, before returning to the cold of their regular duties and prayers. The kitchen, by necessity, also maintained a fire for cooking, and the infirmary, where sick or elderly monks were cared for, was generally granted greater warmth than the rest of the monastery, reflecting a practical, compassionate exception to the community's broader embrace of physical hardship. Since even the strictest monastic rules acknowledged illness required different treatment than ordinary discipline. Guests and monks alike relied on the monastery's own resourcefulness to survive the winter months, since most monastic communities were largely self-sufficient, producing their own food, brewing their own aronalo or wine, and maintaining stores of grain, preserved meat, and vegetables to last through months when fresh produce was unavailable. Winter meals, particularly during periods of fasting observed according to the liturgical calendar, could be simple and repetitive. Yet monasteries generally ensured a baseline of adequate nutrition, even in the depths of winter, in marked contrast to the genuine hunger faced by many poorer communities outside the monastery walls during the same season. This relative security, achieved through careful management of stored root resources and disciplined organization, was itself considered a reflection of good monastic governance, and the account books and store records that survive from various medieval monasteries reveal just how seriously such planning with careful tracking of grain, firewood, and other essential winter supplies. Illness posed a particular danger during the winter months, and monasteries maintained dedicated infirmaries specifically to address this reality, staffed by monks who had developed real practical knowledge of herbal remedies, wound care, and general nursing, often informed by classical medical texts that had been preserved, copied, and studied within monastic libraries across the medieval period. A monk or guest who fell seriously ill during a winter night could expect to be moved to the warmth and relative comfort of the infirmary, exempted from the usual rigors of the night office, and given whatever care that the monastery's resources and medical knowledge allowed. A level of organized medical attention that was, for much of the medieval period, more consistent and reliable than what many people outside monastery walls could access at all. Not every monastic community observed this nightly rhythm in precisely the same way, and particular religious order to which a monastery belonged could shape the winter night experience considerably. The Cistercians, founded in the late 11th century as a reform movement seeking a stricter return to the original spirit of Benedict's rule, generally maintained even more austere conditions than many older Benedictine houses, deliberately locating their monasteries in remote, undeveloped land, and limiting decoration, comfort, and warmth to an extent that made the Cistercian winter nights notably harsher by design. The Carthusians, founded around the same period, followed an even more demanding model, one built around near total solitude, with monks living in individual cells rather than a shared dormitory, each responsible for maintaining his own small fire and space, meaning that a Carthusian winter night was an intensely private struggle against cold and isolation, quite different from the communal experience found in most other monastic traditions. Older Benedictine houses, particularly wealthy and well-established ones, such as the great Abbey of Cluny in Burgundy, founded in de Kusenborg, and eventually becoming one of the most influential monastic centers in medieval Europe, could in practice offer somewhat more physical comfort, supported by substantial land holdings, donations, and centuries of accumulated resources. Though even Cluny's monks remained bound to the same fundamental cycle of night prayer and the same underlying values of discipline that shaped monastic life more broadly across Western Christendom. For monks with particular skill and training, the winter night sometimes held an additional dimension of labor alongside prayer, the copying and illumination of manuscripts. Monastic scriptoria, the dedicated rooms where monks transcribed religious texts, classical works, and other manuscripts by hand, represented one of medieval Europe's most important mechanisms for preserving and transmitting written knowledge. and while most copying work took place during daylight. Hours to conserve costly candles and preserve eyesight. Charter monasteries maintained more flexible arrangements, particularly during the shorter days of winter, when daylight alone offered insufficient working hours for a scriptorium under deadline to complete an important commission. Surviving manuscripts occasionally include marginal notes, sometimes called colophons, in which the copying monk complained directly about the cold, cramped hands, poor light, or sheer exhaustion of working through winter conditions, offering a rare, personal glimpse into the physical reality behind the beautifully illuminated pages that have survived into the modern era, pages whose elegant appearance often conceals the genuine hardship involved in their creation. Women's monastic communities, generally referred to as convents or nunneries, followed a broadly similar structure of night prayer and winter discipline, governed by comparable rules, often direct adaptations of the Benedictine model, or, later, rules specific to orders that admitted women, yet shaped by their own particular circumstances. Convents varied enormously in wealth and resources, much as men's monasteries did, and a nun's winter night could range from the relatively well-provisioned experience of an abbess overseeing a wealthy, well-endowed house to considerably harsher conditions in smaller, poorer communities. Surviving records from convents across medieval Europe, including detailed account books and visitation reports, compiled by bishops periodically inspecting religious houses under their authority, document the same fundamental winter concerns found in men's monasteries: adequate firewood, sufficient food stores, and the physical toll of maintaining the full night office through the coldest months, concerns that transcended the gender-based distinctions otherwise so significant in medieval religious and social life. Discipline within the monastic community added a further dimension to winter nights the modern reader might easily overlook. Monastic rules generally included detailed provisions for correcting infractions, ranging from minor faults such as arriving late to the night office, an offense specifically addressed in Benedict's rule, with instructions on where a tardy monk should stand as a mark of humility, to more serious breaches of conduct requiring formal penance, sometimes including additional prayer, fasting, or in some traditions, more severe corporal correction. Winter, with its exhaustion and physical discomfort, was noted in some monastic ratings as a period when minor lapses, drowsiness during the night office chief among them, became more common and required particular pastoral patience from those responsible for maintaining monastic discipline. A monk's failure to remain alert through a frigid matine service halis out at the coldest hour of a winter night was recognized, even by strict monastic authorities, as a genuinely difficult trial of endurance, rather than simple laziness. Beyond the walls of the church and dormitory, the practical winter labor of running a monastery continued regardless of the season, shaping the broader rhythm within which the night's prayers took place. Monasteries typically maintained substantial agricultural operations, including livestock that required care and feeding through the winter months regardless of hour, and lay brothers or hired laborers, depending on the particular monastery's arrangement, often bore responsibility for tasks like tending animals through the night in the depths of winter, work that continued in parallel with, though separate from, the monk's own cycle of prayer. Firewood collection and management represented another significant winter concern, requiring careful planning throughout the warmer months to ensure sufficient fuel remained available for the calefactory, kitchen, and infirmary through the coldest stretch of the year, and monastic account records from various houses reveal the genuine anxiety with which cellars, the monks responsible for provisioning the community, tracked and rationed fuel supplies during particularly harsh winters, aware that a shortage could threaten not just comfort, but the basic health of the community. The physical setting of a monastery, shaped by the landscape in which it was built, could add its own particular character to a winter night's hardship or beauty. Raising from a tidal island off the coast of Normandy, and developed as a major monastic site from the 10th century onward, presented monks with the added winter challenge of a location surrounded by treacherous tidal sands and exposed to fierce Atlantic winds, its high stone walls offering dramatic shelter against a landscape that could turn genuinely dangerous for anyone caught outside them after dark. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire, founded in 1860 as one of the great Cistercian houses of medieval England, occupied a river valley setting that, while sheltered compared to some more exposed monastic sites, still subjected its community to the full harshness of a northern English winter. Its extensive ruins surviving today as a testament to both the scale of its buildings and the discipline required to maintain religious life within them through centuries of cold seasons. Cluny, already noted for its wealth and influence, grew to include one of the largest church buildings in medieval Europe, a vast space whose very size, while spiritually impressive, made it correspondingly difficult to heat or light adequately during winter night services, meaning that even the most prestigious and well-resourced monastery in Western Christendom could not fully escape the basic physical challenge that winter posed to monastic life everywhere. Monasteries situated along established pilgrimage and travel routes took on an additional role during winter months, serving as essential waypoints for travelers whose journeys, as covered elsewhere in accounts of medieval winter travel, could turn genuinely dangerous once snow and storms set in. West registers and financial records from monasteries positioned along major routes, including those leading toward Rome, Santiago de Compostela in northern Spain, or Jerusalem for those undertaking the full pilgrimage, document a steady flow of winter arrivals seeking shelter, ranging from humble pilgrims traveling on foot to nobles, and even, on occasion, royalty passing through on political or diplomatic business. Such distinguished guests could bring both prestige and practical burden to a monastery's winter resources and survive in correspondence between monastic houses and their patrons sometimes addresses precisely this tension, with abbots noting the honor of a royal visit alongside the genuine strain. Such a visit placed on winter food and fuel stores intended to last the community through to spring. The winter liturgical calendar itself brought moments of particular significance that reshaped the usual rhythm of monastic nights. The Christmas season, beginning with the vigil and night mass of Christmas Eve, represented one of the most important points in the entire monastic year, and the night office for this occasion was typically celebrated with considerably more solemnity and additional ceremony than an ordinary winter. Matins, often extended with additional readings, chants, and, in wealthier monasteries, greater use of candles and decoration than the community's usual austere practices allowed. This created a striking contrast within the winter season itself. Nights of stark, disciplined simplicity throughout most of the season, punctuated by nights of genuine celebration and warmth, both spiritual, to whatever modest extent the monastery's resources, physical as well, reflecting the broader medieval Christian understanding of the liturgical year as a structured alternation between penitential seasons and moments of genuine joy. For a young novice experiencing his first winter within monastery walls, the adjustment to this demanding nightly rhythm often proved to be one of the most difficult trials of early religious life, a fact monastic writers acknowledged with genuine pastoral concern, rather than simple dismissal. Novice masters, the experienced monks specifically charged with guiding and instructing new members of the community, were expected to pay particular attention to how a novice coped with the physical hardship of winter night prayer, since surviving guidance literature from the period suggests the combination of unfamiliar discipline, physical exhaustion, and genuine cold drove a meaningful number of novices to reconsider their vocation entirely during their first difficult winter, a pattern well enough understood that some monastic communities deliberately structured a novitiate introduction to the full rigor of the night office, gradually easing a new member into the complete winter schedule, rather than expecting immediate full participation from the very first night. The sensory experience of a medieval monastic winter night, largely absent from formal chronicles, yet reconstructible from surviving architecture, account books, and the occasional personal reflection preserved in monastic writing, would have been dominated by a particular combination of sound, smell, and physical sensation distinct from almost any other setting in medieval life. The smell of tallow or beeswax candles, the faint smoke of the kitchen fire carried on cold air, the sound of wind against thick stone walls, and beneath it all, the recurring rhythm of the bell calling the community to prayer, together created an environment that surviving spiritual writings from monastic authors describe as fostering a heightened, almost meditative awareness, the physical hardship of the setting understood not as an obstacle to spiritual experience, but as something that sharpened it, stripping away the ordinary courts that might otherwise dull a monk's attention during the long hours of night prayer. Fasting practices observed during particular periods of the liturgical calendar added a further layer of physical challenge to already demanding winter nights. The weeks of preparation leading up to Christmas was traditionally observed in many medieval monastic communities as a penitential season involving reduced meals and abstinence from meat, meaning that monks maintaining the full winter night office during this period did so while also managing genuine hunger alongside cold and exhaustion, a combination that surviving monastic guidance literature treated as a deliberate spiritual exercise, rather than an unfortunate coincidence of timing. The physical austerity of Advent understood as preparing both body and soul for the eventual celebration of Christmas itself. The rule of Saint Benedict and subsequent monastic customs generally allowed some flexibility for the sick, the very young, and the elderly during such fasting periods, reflecting a practical acknowledgement that genuine physical limitation required accommodation even within a system built substantially around voluntary hardship. Surviving personal writings from monks who lived through these winters, though relatively rare compared to the vast body of official monastic literature focused on rules, theology, and administration, offer glimpses of individual experience that complement the broader institutional picture. Jordan medieval monastic authors, writing reflective or autobiographical passages within larger theological works, described the particular spiritual value they found in the discipline of winter night prayer, specifically framing the willingness to rise from warmth into cold darkness as a small, repeated act of dying to comfort and self-will that mirrored larger themes of sacrifice central to medieval Christian spirituality. Such accounts, while filtered through the theological concerns of their authors, and not offered as neutral personal diary entries in the modern sense, nonetheless provide valuable insight into how at least some medieval monks understood and made meaning of the genuine physical hardship built into their nightly religious practice, transforming what might otherwise read as simple endurance into something understood as spiritually purposeful. The role of light itself, so easily taken for granted in the modern world, shaped nearly every aspect of how a medieval monastery navigated its winter nights. Candles and oil lamps represented a genuine and carefully managed expense for any monastic community. And account records from various medieval monasteries show detailed tracking of wax and oil consumption, particularly during winter months, when the night office required illumination for a far greater portion of the 24-hour cycle than during summer's shorter nights. Beeswax candles, prized for their cleaner, brighter burn compared to cheaper tallow alternatives, were often reserved for the church and more important ceremonial occasions, while tallow, rendered from animal fat and considerably less expensive though smokier and less pleasant, supplied more everyday lighting needs throughout the rest of the monastery. Some monasteries maintain their own beehives, specifically to help supply wax for candles, integrating this practical need directly into the broader agricultural operation that sustained the community. A reminder of how totally self-sufficient medieval monastic life generally aimed to be, even in matters as seemingly small as the light required to read a psalter through a dark winter night. The physical toll of sustained winter cold on the human body, understood in modern medical terms as a significant chronic stressor, was recognized in a practical, if less clinically precise way by medieval monastic communities, reflected in the accommodations made for older monks during the harshest months. Elderly monks, whose bodies were less able to withstand repeated exposure to unheated churches and dormitories, were sometimes granted specific exemptions from portions of the winter night office, a provision addressed directly in various monastic customaries. The detailed supplementary guidance documents that individual monasteries developed to interpret and apply the broader principles of their
founding rule to daily practical circumstances. Such exemptions reflected a genuine, if limited, medieval understanding that extreme physical hardship carried real risk, particularly for the aged, even within a religious system that otherwise placed enormous value on enduring discomfort as a spiritual practice. illustrating the practical flexibility that existed alongside the formal severity of monastic rule. Snow and severe winter weather occasionally disrupted even the monastery's carefully structured routine in ways that surviving records document with a mixture of practical concern and, at times, genuine alarm. Chronicles kept by individual monastic houses, a common practice across medieval Europe that has left historians with an invaluable year-by-year record of local conditions and events, occasionally note winters severe enough to damage monastery buildings, disrupt the delivery of supplies from outlying lands the monastery depended upon, or in extreme cases, prevent the community from maintaining its full liturgical schedule due to genuinely dangerous conditions within poorly heated stone buildings. Such disruptions were recorded precisely because they represented meaningful departures from the otherwise remarkably consistent rhythm of monastic life, a rhythm that medieval religious communities worked hard to maintain specifically because that very consistency, prayer offered at the same hours, regardless of season or circumstance, was itself understood as a central part of the monastery's spiritual purpose and its perceived value to the wider medieval world beyond its walls. The relationship between a monastery and the surrounding secular community took on a particular character during the winter months, one shaped by the same charitable obligations that governed the treatment of traveling guests. Almsgiving, the practice of distributing food, clothing, or money to the poor, was considered a core monastic duty across virtually every rule and tradition of the medieval period, and this obligation became especially visible and urgent during winter, when the rural poor faced the greatest risk of genuine starvation and exposure. Monastic account records from numerous houses across medieval Europe document regular winter distributions of bread and sometimes fuel to local villagers, a practice that positioned the monastery not merely as a spiritual institution turned inward toward its own community, but as a genuine, if limited, safety net within the harsh economic realities of medieval rural life. Almoners, the monks specifically responsible for managing this charitable distribution, maintain their own careful records, and surviving examples show a level of organizational effort devoted to winter poor relief that reveals just how seriously medieval monastic institutions took this obligation, even while managing their own considerable winter resource constraints. The physical process of simply moving through a monastery at night, between dormitory, church, and other necessary destinations, carried its own particular set of winter hazards that monastic architecture and custom worked to address. Covered walkways, known as cloisters, formed the architectural spine connecting a monastery's major buildings, and while these covered passages offered valuable protection from direct snowfall and rain, they remained open to the elements along their inner edge, meaning that monks moving between buildings during a winter night still faced direct exposure to cold wind and, on the coldest nights, genuinely dangerous footing where moisture had frozen into ice along stone walkways worn smooth by centuries' use. Monastic customaries occasionally addressed this practical hazard directly, including guidance on maintaining safe footing, and in some documented cases, specific instructions for how elderly or infirm monks should be assisted during the walk to and from night prayer, a small but telling detail that, illustrates how thoroughly medieval monastic planning had to account for the genuine physical dangers that winter introduced into even the most routine, repeated movements of daily religious life. Beyond the walls of any single monastery, the broader monastic network across medieval Europe maintained communication and connection even through the isolating conditions of winter, through a system of correspondence, visiting officials, and periodic formal inspections that continued so far as weather allowed, regardless of season. Cistercian houses in particular maintained a structured system of annual visitation in which representatives from a monastery's founding or affiliated house would travel to inspect conditions, address concerns, and maintain consistency of practice across what had become, by the 12th and 13th centuries, an extensive network of affiliated monasteries stretching across much of Western Europe. Winter travel for such purposes carried all the dangers already well documented in broader accounts of medieval winter journeys, meaning that a visiting official's arrival at a remote monastery during the depths of winter represented, in itself, a small testament to the seriousness with which wider monastic system took the maintenance of consistent standards and genuine community across considerable distances, even when the season made such connection genuinely difficult and occasionally dangerous to maintain. As the long winter night wore on toward Lodz and the first gray light of dawn, the monastery began, quite literally, to come back to life. Kitchen fires would be built up in preparation for the day's meals. The church would fill once more with chant, and the brief transition between night and day, marked by the shift from matins to lauds, represented a symbolic turning point deeply embedded in monastic spirituality. The movement from darkness into light understood not merely as a natural phenomenon, but as a recurring, nightly enactment of larger religious
Stemus Frentrelton, Christian belief. For anyone who had spent that full winter night within monastery walls, whether bound by vows or simply passing through as a guest, the experience offered a rare, structured window into a way of life defined less by comfort than by discipline, community, and a rhythm of prayer that continued unbroken through the darkest and coldest hours of the year, regardless of what the world outside the walls was doing, while the monastery kept its own quiet, deliberate watch through the night. Not all who spent a difficult winter night behind stone walls did so by choice, or found comfort waiting for them there. Imagine the year is somewhere between Ipbintikasits and Tsinfersinfinti. You are not a criminal in the modern sense. You might be a debtor who could not pay a merchant, a man accused by a rival before he had the chance to defend himself, or a woman caught on the wrong side of a local lord's temper. In the medieval world, prison was rarely a punishment in itself. It was a waiting room, a place to hold the body until a trial, a payment, a ransom, or a death sentence could be arranged. To understand a single night inside one of these places is to understand how differently medieval people thought about time, guilt, and the human body. The journey usually began in daylight, but it always ended in darkness. Arrest in the Middle Ages was rarely quit. A sheriff's man, a bailiff, or a lord's guards would take the accused through the streets, often in full view of neighbors, because public shame was itself part of the process. Justice in this period was not hidden behind closed doors. It was performed. By the time the heavy wooden door of the prison closed, the prisoner had usually already been seen, judged in whispers, and marked. Most people picture a medieval prison as a single dramatic dungeon, but the reality was far more varied. In a small English or French town, the prison might be nothing more than a repurposed room in the town gatehouse, a cellar beneath the marketplace, or a chamber inside the castle keep. In a city, it might be a purpose-built structure like the Tower of London, Newgate in London, the Châtelet in Paris, or the Bargello in Florence. What all these places shared was a basic architectural logic. Thick stone walls, narrow or non-existent windows, heavy doors reinforced with iron, and a location that made escape nearly impossible. The builders were not thinking about the comfort of those inside. They were thinking about control. Stepping through that door for the first time, the change was immediate and physical. The temperature dropped. Stone holds cold the way it holds silence, and in the depths of a keep or gatehouse, the chill could be felt within minutes, sinking through clothing and into the skin. The light changed too, from the gray daylight of a medieval street to near or total darkness, broken only by a jailer's torch or, if the prisoner was fortunate, a narrow slit high in the wall that let in a sliver of sky. Many cells had no light source at all. Prisoners learned to tell time, not by the sun, but by the sounds of the town outside. Church bells, marking the canonical hours, the distant calls of merchants, the changing of the guard. The jailer himself was often the single most important figure in a prisoner's experience, more so than any judge or lord. In much of medieval Europe, jailers were not salaried officials paid to provide humane treatment. They were often given the position as a kind of business concession, expected to profit from the prisoners in their charge. This system, sometimes called gold fees, meant that prisoners were charged for nearly everything: for being admitted, for their bedding if any was provided, for food, for the removal of shackles, and even, grimly, for their eventual release. Those with money or family who could pay lived under noticeably different conditions than those without. A prisoner who could pay might receive a straw mattress, a blanket, occasional bread and ale, and a cell shared with only a few others. A prisoner with nothing might be left on bar stone, in the same clothes they were arrested in, with only what scraps the jailer chose to provide. Iron played a constant role in prison life. Chains, manacles, and leg irons were common, not an exceptional punishment, but as a standard precaution, particularly for those accused of serious crimes or those thought likely to attempt escape. The weight of iron on wrists and ankles was something prisoners learned to live with rather than something that passed after the first hours. Simple movements, lying down, turning over, eating, all had to be renegotiated around the restraint of metal. For those held in the harshest conditions, sometimes in a lower chamber known in some regions as an oubliette, from the French word meaning to forget, the isolation was total. These deep, narrow chambers, accessible only through a hole in the ceiling, were reserved for the most severe cases, and being lowered into one meant, in a very real sense, being removed from the world above. Food, when it came, was minimal and monotonous. Bread, often stale, formed the backbone of a prisoner's diet, sometimes supplemented with weak ale or watered wine, since clean drinking water was not always reliable even outside prison walls. In some town and city prisons, families were permitted, even expected, to bring food for their imprisoned relatives, since the institution itself made no promise of proper nourishment. Prisoner, without family nearby, or without the means to pay, faced real hunger. Malnutrition, weakened by cold and poor ventilation, made prisoners vulnerable to the diseases that spread easily in these enclosed spaces: dysentery, typhus, and other fevers that historians often group together simply as Gale fever. In many medieval records, more prisoners died awaiting trial from illness and neglect than were ever executed for their alleged crimes. As night fell, the character of the prison changed again. During the day, there might be some movement, a jailer bringing food, a visit from a family member, the distant sound of the courts in session. At night, the prison settled into a different kind of stillness, one filled less with silence and more with the sounds of human suffering compressed into close quarters. The coughing of the sick, the murmured prayers of the frightened, the occasional argument or fight among cellmates thrown together. Without regard for temperament or circumstance, debtors, thieves, and those accused of far more serious crimes might share the same chamber, since medieval prisons rarely sorted inmates by the severity of their alleged offense the way later institutions would. Sleep itself was a struggle. Straw, when provided, quickly became damp and infested, offering little real comfort against cold stone. Vermin were a constant presence. Lice, fleas, and rats were simply part of the environment, and prisoners' letters, and later accounts from across medieval Europe, describe the itch and irritation of insect bites as one of the most persistent daily discomforts, compounding the psychological weight of confinement. Without reliable light, the boundary between waking and sleeping blurred. Some prisoners reported losing track of whether it was day or night at all, particularly in the deepest, most isolated cells. Yet the medieval prison was not only a place of physical hardship. It was also a place shaped by medieval religious life. The church held enormous influence over ideas of guilt, sin, and redemption, and this extended into prisons as well. In many institutions, a priest or chaplain would visit prisoners, offering confession and the last rites to those awaiting execution, or simply spiritual comfort to those awaiting trial. For many prisoners, faith was one of the only resources available to make sense of suffering that otherwise seemed arbitrary and cruel. Graffiti carved into the stone walls of surviving medieval prisons, inscriptions still visible today, in places like the Tower of London, often took the form of prayers, religious symbols, or simple pleas for mercy, a quiet record of the inner lives of people whose name is history otherwise forgot. Legal uncertainty was, in many ways, as difficult to bear as the physical conditions. Medieval justice moved slowly and unevenly. There was no guaranteed right to a swift trial in the way modern legal systems promise. A prisoner might wait weeks or months for a traveling judge to arrive in their town, for a lord to return from campaign, or for a case to be formally heard at all. Some individuals, particularly those without powerful allies, effectively disappeared into the system, their cases delayed indefinitely while they remained confined. This uncertainty bred a particular kind of psychological strain, not knowing whether tomorrow would bring release, further imprisonment, or a sentence of death. When a night passed without incident, morning brought little relief. The same cold stone, the same weak light through a distant slit, the same iron at the wrists. For a prisoner of means, morning might bring a visit, a meal, or news of legal progress. For a prisoner with nothing, it brought only the continuation of the same conditions, one day folding into the next with little to distinguish them. Historians studying court and prison records from cities like London, Paris, and Florence have found that many prisoners spent not a single night, but weeks or months in these conditions before their cases were even formally heard, meaning that what has been described here as a night was, for many, simply one repetition among dozens or hundreds. To understand why someone ended up behind those walls at all, it helps to look more closely at how accusation worked in the medieval world. Unlike modern systems, where a professional police force investigates the gates and a public prosecutor brings charges, much of medieval justice relied on private accusation. A neighbor, a rival merchant, or an injured party would bring a complaint before a local court, a manorial lord, or a royal official, and the accused would be summoned or seized. In many regions, especially in the earlier medieval centuries, guilt or innocence could still be determined through trial by ordeal. Forcing the accused to carry a red-hot iron, plunge a hand into boiling water, or be bound and thrown into a pond, with the outcome interpreted as divine judgment. By the 13th century, following a Mirtusif Anvet decree from the Fourth Lateran Council forbidding clergy from participating in these rituals, ordeals gradually gave way across much of Western Europe to trial by jury and informal court proceedings, though the pace of this change varied greatly by region. Even so, the period between accusation and any resolution, whether by ordeal, jury, or judicial combat in certain cases, was almost always spent locked away, since medieval law placed little value on the idea that an accused person should remain free while awaiting judgment. Once inside, a prisoner's treatment often depended on an illegal distinction that shaped the entire system. The difference between a prison used for pretrial detention and one used to punish after conviction, and further, the difference between secular and ecclesiastical custody. Church courts, which handled cases involving clergy and matters like heresy or moral offenses, maintained their own prisons entirely separate from royal or municipal ones, often with their own rules regarding fasting, prayer, and confession as both spiritual and disciplinary tools. A prisoner accused of heresy might face a very different rhythm of days than a debtor in a town gaol, longer periods of isolation, more frequent questioning by clergy trained in doctrine, and an environment deliberately structured to encourage confession through psychological pressure as much as physical hardship. Some of the surviving medieval prisons that historians and visitors can still walk through today reveal just how varied these spaces were. The Tower of London, built under William the Conqueror in the 11th century and expanded over the following centuries, held prisoners ranging from common criminals to nobles and even king's rivals, with conditions that varied enormously depending on rank. A wealthy or high-born prisoner might be held in a reasonably furnished chamber with servants permitted to attend them, while a commoner accused of the same category of crime might be placed in a bar-stone cell below. Newgate Prison in London, rebuilt multiple times over the medieval and early modern periods, became notorious for overcrowding and disease, to the point where outbreaks of gale fever inside its walls occasionally spread to the courtrooms where prisoners were tried, sickening judges and lawyers. Alique. In Paris, the Châtelet functioned simultaneously as a courthouse, an administrative center, and a prison, meaning that the machinery of justice and the reality of confinement existed almost literally under the same roof. In Florence, the Bargello, originally built in the 13th century as the residence of the chief magistrate, doubled as a prison and place of execution, its walls and courtyard bearing witness to centuries of Florentine political conflict. Interrogation, when it occurred, added another layer of dread to a prisoner's experience. While the popular imagination often exaggerates the use of torture in medieval justices, it is historically accurate that judicial torture was permitted under certain legal systems, particularly in continental Europe, following the revival of Roman law traditions in the 12th and 13th centuries, which required either confession or a specific threshold of evidence for conviction in serious cases. In parts of France, the Holy Roman Empire, and Italy, this meant that authorities could legally authorize the use of physical coercion to extract a confession, typically reserved for the most serious accusations, such as heresy, treason, or capital crimes, and usually requiring the approval of a magistrate or ecclesiastical authority, rather than being left entirely to a jailer's discretion. England, by contrast, relied more heavily on jury trial and generally restricted judicial torture to exceptional cases authorized directly by the Crown. For a prisoner awaiting such questioning, the psychological burden of simply knowing what might come the next morning often weighed it as heavily as any night already spent in the cold and dark. Not every story ended in punishment. Medieval prisons also processed a steady stream of people who were eventually released, debts settled by family members, charges dropped for lack of evidence, or verdicts of innocence delivered by juries who, despite the harshness of the era, did not automatically assume guilt. Religious institutions and wealthy patrons sometimes intervened directly, paying a prisoner's debts or fees as an act of charity, since medieval Christian teaching placed real spiritual value on visiting and aiding those in prison. Drawn from biblical tradition, almshouses and charitable bequests in wills from the period specifically mention funds set aside for the relief of imprisoned debtors, a reminder that even within a harsh system, currents of mercy persisted alongside the machinery of confinement. For those whose cases ended differently, execution followed swiftly once a sentence was passed, often within days. Public execution was, like arrest, a deliberately visible act, carried out before crowds, as both punishment and warning. A condemned prisoner's final night, then, carried a different weight entirely from the uncertain nights of those merely awaiting trial, a night spent not wondering if judgment would come, but knowing precisely when, a distinction that medieval sources suggest prisoners themselves understood it with painful clarity, often spending those final hours in intensified prayer, confession, and the company of a priest sent specifically to prepare them for death. The experience of imprisonment also differed sharply according to who the prisoner was. Women held in medieval prisons faced particular vulnerabilities, since most institutions were designed and staffed with male prisoners in mind. Where separate accommodations existed at all, they were often minimal, and women accused of crimes ranging from theft to infanticide to witchcraft, a category accusation that grew more common toward the very end of the medieval period, frequently found themselves held alongside men. Lack of space. Pregnant women posed a particular legal complication that medieval courts took seriously in a narrow sense. In parts of England and elsewhere, a condemned woman who could prove she was pregnant was granted a temporary reprieve from execution until after the birth, a practice is recorded in court rolls as pleading the belly, reflecting the era's concern for the unborn child's fate, even amid harsh punishment of the mother. Children, too, appeared in the prison population more often than modern assumptions might suggest, though medieval law generally distinguished between very young children, who were rarely held criminally responsible, and adolescents, who by their early teens could be tried and imprisoned much like adults. Records from various English and continental towns show children as young as 10 or 11 imprisoned for theft, reflecting the medieval view of childhood as ending far earlier than in modern conceptions, with fewer protections extended on the basis of age alone. War introduced an entirely different category of prisoner. Knights and nobles captured in battle were rarely thrown into a common jail. Instead, they were typically held for ransom, since permitted to write letters negotiating their own release, and treated according to the codes of chivalry that governed noble warfare, a world apart from the conditions endured by common criminals or debtors in the very same fortress. The ransom of King John of France, after his capture at the Battle of Poitiers in 1266, stands as one of the best documented examples of this system, involving years of negotiation and an enormous sum ultimately never fully paid, with John eventually returning voluntarily to captivity in England after a hostage arrangement collapsed, an act later celebrated as a mark of chivalric honor. Common soldiers captured in the same conflicts enjoyed no such privilege, and were far more likely to be killed outright, held briefly under harsh conditions, or simply released if deemed worthless as hostages. Regional variation shaped prison architecture and custom as much as it shaped legal procedure. In the Holy Roman Empire, a patchwork of independent cities and territories meant that prison conditions could differ enormously between one town and the next, with wealthier, free imperial cities like Nuremberg investing in more substantial civic prison buildings than smaller territories. A fort. In Italy's city-states, prisons were often bound up closely with intense political rivalries. Florence's Bargello and Venice's prisons, attached to the Doge's palace, held not only common criminals, but also the losers of shifting political struggles, their imprisonment a direct consequence of factional conflict rather than ordinary crime. In Spain, the Reconquest era from frontier meant that prisons in border regions sometimes held captives from across the religious and political divide between Christian and Muslim territories, complicating the picture further with questions of ransom, exchange, and religious conversion. Individual cases that survive in the historical record put a human face on these broad patterns, The English chronicler and clergyman, known through court records only by fragments of testimony, described conditions in 14th century Newgate so severe that prisoners petitioned the crown directly for relief, citing overcrowding and disease as threats to their lives independent of whatever sentence they might eventually receive. In France, the philosopher and theologian Peter Abelard, though his most famous ordeal was castration rather than imprisonment, later spent time effectively confined within monastic walls following his theological condemnation, illustrating how confinement in the medieval world extended beyond formal prisons into religious institutions used as instruments of control. Such cases, though each unique, share a common thread. Confinement in the medieval period was rarely just about the individual act attributed to the prisoner. It was entangled with politics, religion, economics, and the particular circumstances of who held power over whom. It's worth remembering, too, that medieval prisons were not uniform across Europe or across the centuries, typically grouped under medieval. A debtor held in a town gaol in 14th century England faced different conditions than a political prisoner held in a royal fortress in France. Both differed from a suspected heretic held for questioning by ecclesiastical authorities. Wealth, status, the nature of the accusation, and simple local custom all shaped the experience profoundly. What remained consistent, however, was the underlying purposes. Confinement as a means of control and coercion, rather than confinement as rehabilitation, a concept that would not meaningfully emerge until centuries later. To spend a single night in a medieval prison, then, was to be stripped of the ordinary comforts and certainties of daily life, warmth, light, food, and the simple reassurance of knowing what tomorrow would bring, and to be placed instead into a world governed by cold stone, the whims of a jailer, and the slow, uncertain machinery of medieval justice. It was an experience shaped as much by who you were and what you had as by what you had done, a reminder that in the medieval world, as in so many periods of history, the line between guilt and innocence often mattered less than the line between wealth and poverty. Winter did not spare those who marched to war either. Beyond travelers, monks, and prisoners, an entire class of medieval people faced the season's cruelty deliberately as a matter of military necessity. In the winter of a year in the early 14th century, a young soldier named Piotr marched with a column of the Teutonic Order's forces into the frozen borderlands of Lithuania, a region where winter campaigns had become, by grim necessity and deliberate strategy, a regular feature of the ongoing conflict between the order and its pagan neighbors. Piotr, barely 18, and newly recruited from a modest farming family in Prussia, had never before experienced cold of the severity that awaited him on this campaign. Temperatures that could plunge to 30 degrees below freezing on the harshest nights, conditions that would test not only his courage in battle, but his basic ability to simply remain alive through nights colder than anything his previous life had prepared him for. The strategic logic behind winter campaigning, however brutal its human cost, reflected genuine military care calculation well understood by commanders like the Teutonic Order's Grand Master and his subordinate officers throughout the 14th century. Frozen rivers and marshland, impossible and dangerous during the muddy months of spring and autumn, became solid, reliable ground during the depths of winter, allowing armies to move and strike, where summer conditions would have made such movement impossible, a tactical advantage that campaigns into the Baltic borderlands specifically exploited, timing major offensives deliberately for the coldest months precisely because the terrain itself demanded it. Piotr's commanding officer, a seasoned knight named Brother Heinrich, who had campaigned in these borderlands for over a decade, understood this calculation intimately. And it was Heinrich's accumulated practical experience, rather than any formal military manual, that would guide the soldiers under his command through the campaign's most dangerous nights, though even his hard-won expertise would ultimately prove no guarantee against the season's genuine, indifferent severity. Clothing represented the first and most immediate line of defense against the cold that Piotr and his fellow soldiers faced, and the layered system that medieval soldiers employed reflected genuine, practical understanding of how to manage extreme cold, even without any formal scientific framework. For insulation, Piotr wore, beneath his standard issue mail, or, more commonly for common soldiers rather than knights, simpler padded armor, multiple layers of woolen garments, a base layer of finer wool or, for those who could afford it, linen worn close to the skin, followed by thicker woolen tunics and hose, with an outer cloak of heavier, often oiled or greased wool designed to shed moisture as much as possible, since in wet wool, as understood empirically by medieval soldiers and their commanders alike, lost much of its insulating value and became a genuine liability rather than protection. Brother Heinrich, drawing on years of hard experience, insisted that his soldiers maintain this layering discipline carefully, checking personally, according to surviving accounts of similar campaigns, that new recruits like Piotr understood the practical necessity of keeping these layers dry, properly arranged, since a soldier whose clothing failed him during a genuinely severe cold night faced a threat as immediate and deadly as any enemy blade. Footwear posed the particular challenge that medieval military planners understood as critical to a campaign's success. Since frostbite affecting the feet could incapacitate a soldier as thoroughly as a serious wound, removing him from effective service and creating a genuine logistical burden for an army operating far from home in hostile territory. Soldiers on winter campaigns typically wore heavy leather boots, sometimes lined with 4 extra wool, and the practice of wrapping the feet in additional cloth or straw, a technique documented across various medieval military contexts, provided crucial additional insulation, particularly for common soldiers like Piotr, who lacked access to the finer, better constructed footwear that wealthier knights and officers might possess. Brother Heinrich's own experience had taught him to inspect his soldiers' feet regularly during halts in the march, a practice that reflects genuine, hard-won understanding that frostbite, particularly in its early stages, could be caught and addressed before it progressed to the kind of permanent, crippling damage that ended a soldier's usefulness entirely. The march itself, conducted across genuinely brutal winter terrain, required careful management of pace and exertion that balanced the urgent need to reach objectives against the real physical danger that overexertion in extreme cold presented to soldiers' bodies. Piotr learned quickly, under Heinrich's direct instruction, that sweating heavily during hard marching followed by the inevitable a halt when the army made camp, created a genuinely dangerous combination, since damp clothing against skin during a period of rest, precisely when the body's own heat production naturally decreased, could accelerate the onset of dangerous cold injury far more rapidly than steady, moderate exertion that had avoided excessive sweating in the first place. This practical understanding, whatever its lack of formal scientific grounding, reflected exactly the kind of accumulated experiential knowledge that separated experienced winter campaigners like Heinrich from soldiers facing such conditions for the first time. Camp discipline during the coldest nights of the campaign represented perhaps the single most critical factor determining whether Piotr and his fellow soldiers survived the campaign's harshest stretches. And Brother Heinrich enforced this discipline with the seriousness the genuine danger demanded. Fires, built and maintained through careful, organized effort involving soldiers assigned specifically to gathering and managing fuel, provided the essential warmth around which soldiers gathered during the night's coldest hours, and surviving accounts of similar medieval winter campaigns describe the genuine anxiety commanders felt regarding adequate fuel supply, since a campaign moving through genuinely remote, forested borderland terrain could not always guarantee easy access to sufficient firewood, particularly as an army's cumulative daily consumption steadily depleted whatever timber grew near each successive camp. It was this precise vulnerability, the campaign's dependence on adequate fuel in terrain that could not always reliably provide it, that would ultimately prove decisive in the crisis to come. As the campaign advanced deeper into contested territory, Brother Heinrich's column found itself ordered to press forward toward a fortified position considerably beyond the point where the army's supply lines could reliably provide fresh fuel and provisions, a calculated risk that reflected broader strategic pressures under which medieval commanders frequently operated, weighing the tactical advantage of a swift, decisive strike against the genuine logistical dangers that extending beyond secure supply lines during the depths of winter inevitably created. Heinrich, though privately uneasy about the order, given his own long experience with exactly this kind of dangerous overextension, nonetheless led his soldiers, Piotr among them, into terrain that offered increasingly sparse timber and increasingly limited shelter. The column's fuel reserves, carried at considerable weight and effort from the last secure camp, dwindling steadily with each passing day as the temperature, rather than moderating, continued its brutal descent toward the coldest stretch of the entire campaign. The crisis arrived on the column's fifth night beyond secure supply, when a combination of exhausted fuel stores, an unexpectedly early and severe drop in temperature, and the simple, compounding fatigue of days of hard marching through genuinely brutal conditions converged into circumstances that even Brother Heinrich's considerable experience could not fully overcome. The fires that had sustained the column through previous nights burned dangerously low, then out entirely in several sections of the camp as the last usable timber within any safe foraging distance was exhausted, leaving soldiers to rely entirely on clothing, close physical grouping, and sheer physical endurance against cold that, according to later reconstruction based on surviving records of the region's documented winter extremes, likely reached or exceeded 30 degrees below freezing that a particular night, a severity that exceeded what even well-disciplined, well-clothed soldiers could reliably withstand without the essential supplement of fire. Piotr, sharing a sleeping arrangement with several other soldiers from his unit in a desperate final effort to conserve what warmth remained among them, felt the same creeping, deceptive exhaustion that had claimed travelers across countless other medieval winter tragedies, a heaviness in his limbs, and a fading urgency in his own mind that his younger body, for all its earlier resilience, could not fully resist as the night wore on without the fire that had sustained him through every previous stretch of the campaign. Brother Heinrich, moving through the camp in the night's coldest hours, attempting, as he had throughout the campaign, to check on his soldiers and rouse those showing the dangerous, telltale stillness of advancing cold injury, found himself fighting the same losing battle against a scale of cold that simply exceeded what his accumulated experience, considerable as it was, had ever before been forced to confront without adequate fire to counter it. By the time dawn finally broke over the camp, the full scope of the night's toll became apparent to the surviving officers tasked with accounting for the column's condition. Pietro was among the soldiers who did not wait. His body found still among his companions in the exact arrangement they had settled into the previous night, the cold having taken him sometime in the deepest, most severe hours before dawn, despite every precaution his training and his officers' discipline had instilled in him throughout the preceding weeks. Brother Heinrich himself found collapsed near the edge of the camp, where he had evidently continued his rounds, checking on his soldiers well past the point where his own body's reserves could safely sustain such effort, had succumbed to the same relentless cold sometime after completing what witnesses among the surviving soldiers later described as his final circuit of the camp. A commander who had spent a decade keeping soldiers alive through winter's worst, ultimately overtaken by a single night whose severity exceeded every previous test his long experience had prepared him to meet. The surviving officers who assumed command in the aftermath faced the immediate, practical necessity of accounting for the campaign's losses, a grim accounting that surviving chronicle fragments from Teutonic Order campaigns of this general period describe with the terse, administrative language typical of such military records, listing the dead by unit, and were known by name, alongside a brief notation of the circumstances, cold and exposure, that had claimed them, a category of loss that medieval military chroniclers recorded with a regularity that reflects just how genuinely common such catastrophic single-night losses were across the border, well-documented history of medieval winter campaigning in the Baltic borderlands and comparable theaters of conflict elsewhere in Europe. The column, reduced by the night's losses, and now genuinely vulnerable given the loss of experienced leadership like Heinrich's, was ordered to withdraw toward more secure supply lines, the campaign's original objective abandoned in favor of the more urgent necessity of preserving what remained of the surviving force. What made this particular tragedy so sobering to contemporaries, and so instructive to historians examining the surviving pattern of medieval winter military losses, was precisely the fact that it claimed soldiers and an officer whose preparation and discipline had been, by every available measure, entirely sound. Pietro had followed every practice his training and brother Heinrich's direct instruction had impressed upon him, from careful clothing management to disciplined group sleeping arrangements, and Heinrich himself represented precisely the kind of experienced, hard-won leadership that separated successful winter campaigns from catastrophic ones throughout this period. Their deaths reflected not any failure of the practical wisdom this account has traced throughout the campaign, but rather the genuine, unforgiving limit of what that wisdom could accomplish once the two essential variables it depended upon, adequate fuel and moderate severity, failed simultaneously. And without sufficient warning to allow correction, a combination that surviving records suggests struck medieval winter campaigns with tragic, if statistically limited, regularity across a full span of the period. News of Brother Heinrich's death reached the Order's regional command within roughly 2 weeks, carried by the returning remnants of the column he had led. And the practical, institutional response that followed reflected the same measured, procedural approach that the Teutonic Order, as a highly organized military and religious institution, generally applied to the loss of experienced officers during active campaigns. Heinrich's decade of accumulated regional knowledge and practical winter campaigning experience represented a genuine, difficult loss for the Order's broader operations and in the Baltic borderlands, and surviving administrative patterns from comparable military religious orders of the period suggest. His death would have prompted both formal commemoration within the Order's own religious observances, since Teutonic Knights operated under a monastic rule that structured their spiritual life alongside their military duties, and practical concern regarding who among the surviving officer courts might adequately replace his specific, hard-won expertise in the exact terrain and conditions that had ultimately claimed him. Piotr, as a common soldier rather than a knight or officer, would have received considerably less formal individual commemoration, his death recorded, in keeping with the broader pattern already noted regarding how medieval military chronicles typically document such losses as one name among several listed under the general notation of casualties suffered to cold and exposure during that stage of the campaign. His family in Prussia, notified through whatever informal channels connected common soldiers' households to news of a campaign's outcome, would have faced the same genuine, practical grief, and depending on their circumstances, economic hardship that so many medieval families confronted upon. Learning of a son's death while serving in exactly this kind of dangerous seasonal military service, a pattern of loss that recurred across countless similar families throughout the Order's decades of sustained winter campaigning against its Baltic neighbors. The specific pattern of loss that claimed Piotr and Brother Heinrich, common soldier and experienced officer, falling to the same catastrophic night, despite their considerable difference in rank, experience, and accumulated knowledge, reflects a broader, genuinely important truth about extreme cold. As a battlefield hazard, unlike combat itself, where skill, equipment, and rank generally correlated at least loosely with survival, severe cold exposure of sufficient intensity could overwhelm the body's reflexes, regardless of a soldier's individual preparation or experience, once the fundamental variables of adequate shelter and fuel failed simultaneously. This characteristic well understood by medieval commanders, even without the physiological explanation later medical science would provide, shaped a distinctive caution among experienced officers regarding winged counter campaigns specifically. A caution reflected in the careful, deliberate planning that surviving Teutonic Order campaign records suggest characterized successful winter operations, planning that emphasized secure supply lines and conservative timelines, specifically because commanders understood, often through exactly the kind of hard experience that had shaped Brother Heinrich's own decade of campaigning, how quickly favorable conditions could turn catastrophic once a column extended beyond the point where adequate fuel and shelter could be reliably guaranteed. The broader significance of this single catastrophic night extends beyond the individual soldiers. It claimed to illuminate something genuinely important about the fundamental character of medieval winter warfare more broadly. A reminder that the accumulated practical knowledge soldiers like Piotr received and commanders like Heinrich embodied, whatever its genuine then, demonstrated value across countless other nights and campaigns, operated always within real limits that no amount of discipline, experience, or careful preparation could entirely overcome. For every winter campaign that returned home with manageable losses, its soldiers sustained by exactly the kind of practical measures this account has cased in careful detail, the historical record preserves a comparable number of nights, like the one that claimed Piotr and Brother Heinrich. Cold severity simply exceeded what human preparation, however genuine and hard-won, could reliably withstand, a sobering necessary counterweight to any account of medieval winter survival that risks suggesting skill and discipline alone could ever fully tame a season that remained, throughout the medieval period, one of warfare's most persistent, indifferent, and genuinely deadly adversaries, claiming soldiers and commanders alike, with a severity that made no distinction between the well-prepared and the careless once conditions turned sufficiently catastrophically CC4. Listening to my story? Please subscribe and leave a comment.